Going live. All right, we are live. We are live. Hello, family. This is Douglas Lattimore
Hello.
and Dr. Kia Pruitt. How you doing, Dr. Pruitt?
I am doing very well. Thank you for asking.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right. So I know that we're scheduled to come on at 6 o'clock, and I got here at 6 o'clock, and I started pressing buttons, and I think they call this struggle streaming.
That's all right. You're here now. This is a very
We're here
important
now.
topic.
Yes, it is a very
Mhm.
important topic, and I want to get people a chance to come in so we can speak a little bit before we get really deep into the subject. We can speak a little bit and just can you can you introduce yourself, Dr. Pruitt?
Well, hello, family. Yes, this is Dr. Kia Pruitt. I am the mother of Douglas Lattimore. I am an educator, and I also have my own podcast. You can find me on the Dr. Kia Pruitt Show, streaming on Rumble and YouTube. I talk about geopolitics, family, legacy, wealth building, and femininity, which is a part of family and legacy. And let's see, what else do I want to say about myself? I am a gold and silver enthusiast, so that goes along with wealth building. And I'm really, really intent on helping to preserve the family, because we're talking about going into a new era and building a beautiful, amazing new society. But a healthy society is built upon healthy communities. And healthy communities are built upon healthy families. And healthy families are built upon a healthy individual. So this is why Douglas and I spend so much time talking about self-actualization, wealth building, family, generational wealth, and preserving legacy, because we're creating a whole new society. In fact, not only are we creating a new society, but in many ways, we're going back to the old way. We're bringing back tradition in order to preserve the family. That's it, Doug, unless you want me to say something else.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And so I'm Douglas Lattimore. Introducing myself to the audience, I'm Douglas Lattimore. I am a real estate broker. I have been a broker since maybe 2009. So I have a lot of knowledge on what's going on with land. And I've traveled quite a bit. And I identify myself foremost as an American. And it's important, I say it's important that we Black Americans know that we are American and that we should not use the word Black. We should go ahead and omit that word from our lexicon. So that's who I am. And today's topic. So today's topic, we're talking about family structure. We're talking about virginity and how that helps the woman. Female virginity helps the woman, and it also helps the marriage, and it helps the society. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about what a man needs to do to find a wife. We'll talk about what a woman needs to do to find a wife. We'll talk about what a man needs to do, or how he needs to teach his child, his woman child or his daughter, how he needs to teach her to find a wife. And I think that's really important because, yeah, I'm sorry. I was just going
To
to say
find a
that's,
husband.
yeah. Did I say a wife?
Yes.
Teach your daughter to find a husband, because that is extremely important. And I wanted to go ahead and open up with one of the clips that came from another show that we did, where you were speaking about how a woman should find a husband.
Okay.
Okay, so I was going to click on that real quick and share
Go
that.
ahead.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to share that. Let me go ahead and share this link, or excuse me, share the screen. All right, here we go. Families don't have the husband. I'm gonna
Rewind.
80% of our families don't have the husband in the house. So then what do the women do now that we have this level of chaos?
She could still find her father, because here's the thing: it doesn't matter how no good your father is or how uninvolved your father is. Your father still wants the best for his child more often than not.
Yeah.
But you have a lot of situations where women have been allowed to just say, "Well, he's no good, so I'm not going to have a relationship," because she's perpetuating the argument that her mother gave her. So even if the father's not involved, the father still should be involved. Even if you meet a man, he should have to go to your father to be evaluated.
Yeah.
And if you don't have a father, you probably have an uncle, a grandfather,
Yeah.
a pastor. But see, a lot of us women,
80% of our families don't have the husband
mm,
in the house. So then what do the women do now that we have this level of chaos?
Okay, so I wanted to go ahead and share that, because I think this is very important. This is the situation that we're in, where we have a society where we Americans don't have the husband, don't have the man in the house, and it's a household led by the mother, a single mother. And so now we have the issue, well, how are these women finding their husbands? Most of them are choosing themselves, and they don't know how to choose. And so this is really important. And all throughout history, it has been that the father chooses your husband, all throughout history. And women don't understand men. It doesn't matter how old they are. I've met women of all ages. I've dealt with women of all ages, and they don't understand men. And they choose incorrectly. I'll see women choose, as I want to touch more on the video. I want to hear your perspective, but real quick, I see women choose criminals, like actual criminals, like murderers, drug dealers, pimps. They call them bad boys, but what's a bad boy? Like, that's a criminal. We're talking about criminals, real, like, actual. And then people don't change, right? So they're choosing that individual, and then wondering why the situation doesn't work, why there's no marriage. And the other thing they're doing is they're having dates. So they're going into a sexual engagement with the thought that I'm going to have another sexual engagement with another individual, as in I'm going to be promiscuous. I'm going to have many sexual partners. And that's what the woman is going into the idea of marriage. Eventually you have to get married, right? So when they're engaging with a man, they're a lot of times, before they even get to the marriage part, they're trying to have dates. And this is incorrect in my opinion. Another issue I see that they're doing is that they have sex too young with a man who wasn't ready to get married. So we're talking about people 14 to 18 having sex with people in their age range. And I've mentioned before, I totally understand choosing in your age range, and that makes sense. But okay, now what happens when okay, let's say a 16-year-old young girl is having sex with a 16-year-old boy, or a 17-year-old boy, 18-year-old boy, 19-year-old boy, 20-year-old boy. These boys are not ready to get married. So what she's going to do, she's going to have sex with them for a period of time, and then she's going to have another sexual partner. And then so this opens up the possibility or the reality of becoming promiscuous. And so they're not choosing correctly. And I have some pointers that I say that women should consider when they're getting married. But as you made your comment in here in this video, you're saying that the father should choose. So I'm going to be quiet, and I wanted to hear your take on this.
So here's the thing. Thank you, Douglas. Naturally, people desire to bond and mate. So when a man and a woman comes to a certain age, they're going to want to mate. It's just something that's in us. And a woman typically not only desires to mate, but desires to, at some level, become a mother or have a child. So we already know that's built into us genetically. And so what we see is, and we know, is that the woman receives and the male gives, right? But the feminine expression, or the woman being the receptor and the one who receives the man inside her body and receives his semen, receives his seed, doesn't necessarily know which type of male is the best male in order to procreate with. So that's why it's the job of the father to protect her until she's ready to choose properly, be joined with the mate. So what I see happening is a lot of women rush to leave the home too quickly, a lot of children, or the parents push them out as soon as they turn 16, 17, or 18. And that's a danger. That's a very dangerous thing for a young girl to be out in the world at 16, 17, 18. It's dangerous for a grown woman in her 50s like me to be out in the world. And the reason why I say this is because we don't understand, like you said, we don't understand men and the male nature. God created men for war. Men are dominators. Men are warriors. And some people might call men predators. They have a predator nature in them. They're aggressive. They conquer. And oftentimes we demonize men for just being natural. These are natural characteristics of males. Now they may have to learn how to hone them and learn how to train themselves or how to redirect those type of characteristics, but it's a natural quality of a man to dominate, conquer, have a dominion over. And so what we have to stop doing is demonizing males when they have that and start protecting our females from the natural qualities of a male until she's ready to get married. And so what I said in the clip is because we have men out there who who are just natural predators, they're going to look at a woman, they're going to want to have sex with her. That's just natural. So he's going to find a way to manipulate her. I use manipulating loosely. Talk to her, sweet talk her, take her out, tell her she's pretty, do whatever he can, because in his base nature to procreate and dominate, he's going to act on that. So, and then you have some who do, some who know how to do it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, it's just natural. But then you have some that are what you call the bad boys, some who have not been trained. They're going to use those predatory skills to harm your daughter. And so this is why it's so important for young girls to remain under the covering of their father. And it's also why the father needs to be the one to choose her mate, because men know men. Men understand. You understand naturally that a man wants to conquer a woman. You understand naturally that anytime a man and a woman is in the room, his desire is to have sex with her. I don't care if she's big. I don't care if she's obese. I don't care if she's mean, nasty, masculine. At the base nature of a man, his biology is saying, I want to have sex. I don't care if they're so-called friends. He wants to have sex with her. So we have to shield our daughters until they come of age to where they can get married. And that is the job of the father, because the father knows men and the father can vet the men. He can see if he's mentally, emotionally, physically, and financially prepared to take care of his daughter. And this is what we've done for generations throughout every single culture. And now we've come to a time where people are just hooking up and dating, which you always say, dating serves no purpose for a woman. It serves the purpose of a man so he can have sex, but it doesn't help women at all. Not at all. So now we've come into this type of tradition, and we see a lot of women having a whole lot of sexual partners. And with all of these sexual partners comes pair bonding and the release of hormones called oxytocin. And every time you have sex with a man, kiss a man, spend a whole lot of time with a man as a woman, your body releases these natural chemicals, these natural hormones that bond you to him. So this bonding chemical is the same chemical, oxytocin, that we release when we breastfeed our children. Consider that. So each time you connect with a man as a female, you are bonding with him. It's biology. You cannot control this. So every single man that you allow into your body, you're giving him access to your womb, your access to your DNA. He's imprinting himself in your body, in your womb, in your DNA, and you're releasing oxytocin and developing a strong connection with him. So imagine doing that from the time some of these girls, middle school or high school, they're having sex, middle school, high school, college, after college, girls' trips, dates. By the time you say you're ready for marriage, you will have allowed so much semen into your body and so much DNA, so many male DNAs imprinted upon your womb that this affects you not only biologically, it puts you in a place where you might become diseased. You can get venereal diseases, and it affects your mind and your emotions. So what I mean by that is there's a spiritual connection as well as a biological connection, and you start to become emotionally attached to all these different men. And this is why we see a lot of mental illness in women, and particularly in our community, I could speak on it. We're starting to see an increase in mental and emotional illnesses, and some of that is not only cannot be traced back just to our childhood and childhood trauma, but some of that is a result of all the men that we have sex with. You're allowing all those spirits, all that semen into your body. So this is why I say the male, the father, needs to be in the home to protect the home, the wife, and the daughter, to shield her and to vet for her husband, not for a dating partner, but for her husband, so that he can ensure that she has the best mate possible. Because as Mr. Lattimore said, a lot of women don't know how to choose. It's never been our job to choose a man. We're highly emotional. We'll choose something based on the way a man smells, the way he looks. We'll choose based on his height, his weight, how we feel in that moment. And everybody that's dealt with a woman knows we might feel hot one day and cold the next. Our emotions change with the moon. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just the way we are built. We are influenced by the moon, right? So no matter what's going on in the moon, or what's going on, what they call it in the astrologically, or even what's going on with our bodies, it affects our emotions. So oftentimes that's how we choose mates. And I guess that could be okay in one way, but it's not okay in terms of thinking about, can this man provide for you? Can this man protect you? Will this man honor you? Will he provide a legacy for you? Can he respect your elders and his elders? All of this stuff is the type of things that your father will vet and will determine when he meets that man. But see, what's happening in a lot of communities is that women are growing up without the fathers in the home, so they don't have that shield. They don't have that covering. They don't have that type of man to vet for them. And that's a problem. And so what I said in the clip that Mr. Lattimore showed is that women today, whether you're a young woman or you're a woman of a certain age and you're in the, I don't want to say dating pool, but you're ready to be courted by a man for marriage. If you don't have your father in your life, you need to go back and restore that relationship with your father. I don't care what mom said about him. I don't care how bad he is or how absent he was. I don't care about how no good he supposedly was, or I don't care about any of that. What I care about is that you have a relationship with your father, because if you don't have a relationship with your father, something is not fixed. Something is broken. Something is not repaired. You won't know how to deal with men if you've never come from a father-led home. As a matter of fact, most women who don't come from a father-led home, when they hear the voice of a man and the voice of their husband, they become intimidated. They think the man's being abusive or aggressive or toxic. When no, most men are just very sharp and direct. They don't do things based on emotion like we. So we don't understand men. So what I encourage women to do is strengthen your relationship with your dad and have your dad to participate in the vetting of your man. Even if you met him outside of your dad, make sure your dad meets him. Bring him to your father. And if you don't have a relationship with your father, this is an excellent time to go and restore the relationship with your father, because as long as you don't have the relationship with your father, you won't know how to relate to a man fully. Or I should say, you will have the propensity not to know how to relate to a man fully. And that's it, Douglas. I'm sorry I went on a rampage. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Let me
Okay.
let's pull. I'm trying to pull me back into this studio again with the. I'm learning. I'm learning this this YouTube. So I am
Uh,
still here. Uh-huh. But so
Margot says that
uh-huh.
her father is deceased. And
Yeah.
so what I would suggest, sister, and I'm so sorry about that because my dad is deceased too. What I would suggest, sister, is to do a ceremony. And this is something that I had to do. See if this resonates with you. Pray and ask the ancestors and and God or your spiritual covering how you should do this or if this resonates. But I would do a ceremony where I would either light a candle or pour libations to my father. This is what I did. Libations would be like water or some type of oil or something or a drink, an offering to your dad, and talk to your dad. Even though he's deceased, he can receive that in the spiritual realm. Pour libations to him, talk to him, let him know that he loves you, that you love him. If there's any animosity, maybe because for whatever reason, ask him to please to watch over you, forgive him for anything that may have been done, ask him to forgive you if you weren't able to connect with him. And I don't know your situation, I'm just talking about what I had to do. And even if there was no breach in the relationship, just talk to him and ask him to cover you from the spiritual realm and help you to choose. But here's another thing, sister. Your dad might not be there, but you should have an uncle, you should have a brother, a grandfather, a spiritual covering, a pastor, an imam, if you're in the Muslim faith, some type of male leader. And if you don't have it, find one, please, and put yourself underneath that covering so that that man can protect you. Because women have forgotten that we are what the Bible calls the weaker vessel. And that doesn't mean that we are frail and fragile and we can't do things on our own. That means that God created us differently from a man. And we have to have the protection and covering of a man. That's why God put the man here for us to provide a service and for them to provide a service. So we need each other to survive, and even in choosing a mate. I'm sorry, Doug, you might want to say something.
Oh yeah. So I totally agree with you, and we've mentioned this before. What's up? What's up? Tis the more. But yeah, Margot. We've mentioned this before in one of our other conversations that me and Dr. Pruitt had. Is that if you don't have your father, you still may have your uncles. It would be
Mhm.
best if you choose a generation above you who understands more life than you do, and your peers more life. They understand life better than your peers or your brothers. The brothers, I always say that's like your last option, but it needs to be a
Mhm.
man. And as you were saying, your grandfather, if he's still living, your well, your father is your first option. Your uncles,
Mhm.
or your pastor, or
Mhm.
whoever your spiritual leader is. And if you have none of those, then you need to join a community
Mhm.
where there are men, a community where men are in an organized setting. There are communities that aren't religious, or are religious. There are communities where there are men who, yes, they're still men. Remember that. But if there's a hierarchy, yeah, it's serious. But if there's a hierarchy, set in a community where you can find a group where there's men involved, you need to go to that hierarchy and ask them, let them know that you're looking for a husband, and they can help you find a husband. They can vet men for you, and they can speak to these men for you. And then, so here's one of the issues I see. We have. Okay, yeah, yes, sir. I'm about to add you on. Just give me a 1 sec. Um, so we also have. I was saying you need to choose a man, or okay, you need to pick from. You need to ask a man to help you find a husband. And if you don't have your
Mhm.
father, your uncles, your grandfather, these are what Dr. Pruitt has mentioned, which I totally agree with, or your pastor, then you need to, I say you need, then if you don't have any of those things, you need to still go to an organized group of people where there's a hierarchy of men, and have those men vet your husband. And the thing is, I suggest you don't get into a relationship without that relationship being for marriage. I say don't even have sex if you haven't gotten married. That's what I say. As a woman, you're doing yourself a disfavor if you start having sex before marriage, because they use the terminology adding a body count, which is an interesting terminology, but you're adding more people to the amount that you've had sex with. And this is a serious issue, because I say the most valuable thing a woman has, aside from her life, is her virginity. And so once you give up that virginity, you lose so much. You just lose so much of your negotiating power to get married. This is really important. Okay, please explain. I need to ask a man here
to help me select a husband.
Explain why that is. Okay. Because as I mentioned before, women don't understand men. It doesn't matter how old you are. You don't understand a man. You don't understand what our thoughts are. You don't understand what our nature is. You don't understand what our capability is. You don't understand men. And I'm going to get you, Telly, just let us get a little bit further in. Let's say we'll bring people on the live in maybe 20 minutes, so that we can address a little bit more of this. Does that sound good, Dr. Pruitt?
Sure, unless he has to go off, or he or she has to go.
Well, he just, oh man. Telly, come back, and we'll put you on.
Who's Telly? Who's Telly?
I'm sorry, Tis Demore. Come back.
Oh, he probably at work.
I know he's probably at work. Go ahead.
While you're talking, can I say something to Sister Rosa? Yes. I'm a woman of a certain age. We have 8 children. My husband, before he transitioned, Douglas's father and I together have 8 children. And I'm over 50, and I still don't understand men, because I'm not biologically a male. So men, like I said in the beginning, are conquerors. They dominate. This is how they were built. And their thoughts, the way they think, is completely different from the way that they think. So when you don't understand that, sometimes things can get misconstrued, and you might give up your body thinking that you're doing it because how do I say it, Doug? You might give up your body as a woman because you think, hey, I love him and this is going to lead to marriage, and not understanding that a man doesn't think that way. So just as Brother Doug said, is we're just different. And so if you have your covering to help you select a man, and not just any man to help you, like he said, these are your elders. This is your father, number one, because he has your best interest at heart. He gave you life, but your covering knows a man, number one, and he knows how to pull out of that man what his intentions are. He knows how to examine his mind. He knows how to see exactly where his thoughts are. He knows how to figure out what his vision is, his future, his mission for his personal life and for you and your family. And these are the things that a lot of times women can ask those questions, but a man could tell us anything, and we might think it sounds good, but he can't trick another man. I'm sorry, I yield the floor to you, Douglas.
Right, he cannot trick another man. And so when I deal with women, I have a totally different, men in general. So let's just talk about men. When we deal with women, we address women differently when their father is present. So it's a totally different interaction when we know the woman is under the care of the mother, because the mom is carefree. I'm telling you, the mom allows so much, whatever, to go, whatever. It's so weird. But the father, is not going to allow you to start sleeping with his daughter. He's not just going to be like, oh yeah, yeah, come in the house and just yeah, you can go in the room and oh, you want to stay the night? Oh no, no, that's not how the father acts, but that's how the mother acts. And like for real. And so me and I've approached women who are under the guidance of their mother. I've approached women who are under the guidance of their father, and it's a totally different interaction. I even with my mindset that I want to be a good person, I attempt in all my ways to be a decent person, but I still act differently when there's a man there present. I have to, because a man knows a man. A man could kill me. I could kill a man. I will kill a man who's dealing with my daughter incorrectly, and so will another man. And so there's a totally different approach. There's a totally different approach. I'm not going to be all fun and games and smiley when I'm dealing with that young lady's father. And I know that what's the man going to say? He's going to say, "What's your intentions with my daughter?" No, I don't want my daughter to be out here whoring around. No, I don't want you to start sleeping with my daughter and then go off and not marry her. And now she's not a virgin. And now she's, even if she's past her virginity, now she's just sleeping with a whole bunch of men and becoming promiscuous. No, a man's not going to allow that. Why do you need a man to choose your husband? Because men know men. Men understand men, and women do not. And this isn't even something that like I'm making up, or that like this isn't a new thing. This is something that we have practiced throughout all of history. We have not changed as a people. We still have the same amount of limbs. We eat the same types of food. Everything works the same. Our brain works the same. Our psychology is the same. Nothing has changed. And so the way that we go about choosing mates isn't to change either. There's a reason why we had this set up. When I was in Africa, the number of times I went to Africa, I learned that in Ghana, and this is in most African countries, in Ghana, you have to come with a dowry. As in, you have to come with a bride price. You have to come with money to give to the family. And you know who you give that money to? You give the money either to the father or to the mother's brother. The uncle. And so, and it's not that you're necessarily buying a woman. That's not the concept. The concept is money, it's not just money. You have to come up with money. A lot of times you have to come up with cattle. It's like, where am I going to find cows at? Like, yeah, I want the woman, but cows, where am I? So no, but you have to give your possessions and give it to the family. And it's making an investment. You're less likely to break the vow when you've made this large investment, and even like, okay, let's say, just to bring home the point that giving money isn't purchasing the woman. So like, even when there's a criminal, if somebody commits a criminal act, usually they get levied in fines. They get some type of financial punishment. It doesn't mean that you can just pay for the crimes that you commit. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's the reason they do that, though. They say hit the pockets, because now that's going to prevent you from doing other things. It's not that you're buying your way out of the crimes that you commit. It's that you need the money for all these other purposes. So when money is involved, like when I pay when I pay the bride price, or when I give the dowry, now I've given more incentive. I have more incentive to stay in the marriage, and I'm given again.
And you're entering into covenant. And you're entering into covenant.
Yeah.
With that family.
Yes, it's a contractual agreement.
So that money is like, it's some people, I don't know why they take offense to like, it's like a down payment, but it's like a covenant. It's saying, this is what I'm giving to you of my possessions to let you know that I'm going to take good care of your daughter. This is a contractual agreement between my family and your family. That's another thing. It's not just between the man and the woman. It's between the father. And this is a way that since he had to pay up dowry or a covenant, enter into covenant agreement, like you say, he's less likely to mistreat her. He's less likely to divorce her. And he's less likely to bring shame because he had to give up his possessions. People, honestly, they respect what they have to give and invest whatever they invest in. And this is another thing that women don't understand about men. A man must prove himself. When I was growing up, they called it slaying dragons. And in times past, a man had to slay a dragon. Not only did he have to put money down, but he had to literally go out and kill dragons. He had to literally go out and hunt, literally go out and get cattle and bring it to the had to literally prove himself, because a man shows love by exerting energy. He can have sex with anybody, but when he invests in you and exerts energy, and he does for you, he slays dragon for you, he has to put money down for you, then this is how you know he's serious. So that's something that's different in Africa and in Eastern cultures than what we see happening today. Today, we just have a hookup culture where people are just calling each other, Netflix and chilling, having sex. And women think this is female empowered, sexual freedom. And all women are doing is making it easier for men to just have sex and move on to the next person. When we say, well, I don't need my father to vet, or not you, but some women will say that, or I don't need a covering, or I'm grown, I can do what I want, I'm free, I can have as much sex as I want to have. All you're doing is making it easier for a man to just bounce between woman to woman. And then you're decreasing your value, because as much as women hate to hear this, your youth and your ability to procreate makes your value high. Now, this isn't to make any woman that's, looking for marriage or in a market for marriage feel badly if we're up in age, or if we've been married, or we have, sexual partners. What I'm saying is we got to talk to the younger people too. Young women, if you are in the market for getting married, or you're going to be, please preserve your body, preserve your womb. Because as Brother Douglas said, if you have more bargaining power, your father can demand more. Your covering can demand more in a man when you are chaste and when you are a virgin. And we'll talk about that later. When you have fewer men that you've had sex with, because the more men, again, that you have sex with, the more, wear and tear you put on your body, the more you put on your womb, the more children you may have had before you get married. So you want to be very mindful about what you're doing now, especially if you know you want to be married. Are you there, Douglas?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
You mind if? I'm sorry. Do you mind if we bring Telly in real quick and then
No,
come back
in.
to
I just kept talking because I thought y'all were out.
Oh,
I thought y'all got knocked out.
No. I just, let's see. I had just I wanted to just show your screen so that we can hear what you were saying and pay attention to what you were saying. Hey, Telly.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, at work. I'm doing all right. I see you busy man.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah. You are correct.
How's life treating you?
He said you're correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I said he's correct. He knows where I'm at.
Oh.
Oh gosh. I'm glad you didn't do it. I'm glad you didn't bring me in 5 minutes ago. That'd been quite embarrassing. How are y'all doing this evening? Man, I missed some of it. I missed some of the early speaking. I was busy, and I'm glad y'all got me.
Yeah. So we're to do a brief recap. Dr. Pruitt, I don't know if you want to join in on that recap, but okay, we're talking about so far we're talking about marriage and the value of the value of a man helping to choose, no, the value of your father choosing the husband for the daughter. The value of
Yes.
a father choosing the husband for the daughter. We were speaking about that. We also were speaking about we haven't fully touched on the value of virginity, and we'll go more into that. But we were talking about we touched some on that women shouldn't be promiscuous before they get married, and that we shouldn't have a dating culture. So I'm against a dating culture for women in particular, because then it means that women are entering into a relationship without the intent of getting married, or even if they have the intent of getting married, they don't understand a man's nature. So usually the men that they choose aren't ready to get married, so then they don't get married, and the women end up having more and more sexual partners. And so this ends up being an issue whenever they do choose the man who they're going to marry. It makes it more difficult for them to get married. We spoke on that, and basically we were also speaking about a bride price, so or the process of choosing a wife. So I was saying, when in my time in Africa, that I found out that I needed to have a dowry or a bride price, and part of that bride price was money. Some of it was just items like you have to go get this type of drink, go get this thing, go get this animal. Some of it was livestock I had to bring to the family, and I had to present it to the mother's brothers. And so we were saying it's very important for a man to help a woman choose her husband. And so you have any thoughts on any of those?
It's grand that you mentioned how you went and learned some traditions or cultures in Africa that maybe my ancestors may have participated in. And our ancestors got different ways. It's not a whole lot to add to it, I mean, it's like you said, nobody wants their daughter to raise a daughter to be promiscuous and things like that. Regardless if you spend time with a woman that is, if you choose to do that or not, you may not choose to marry that woman. You may or may not. Some people do, but however, nobody wants to raise their children to have that lifestyle. You don't wish it upon it. It's dangerous to it. It's dangerous to it. And we want our family to be safe and healthy. I would agree with that, certainly. But I don't down nobody that chooses to live that lifestyle so much, like we do. It's their choice. It may not be for me, it's for them. And sometimes some of our women that's brought into that, it's not always by choice, It's as if you're not raised a certain culture. Some things they may do it for certain access to certain resources, and they live in that life,
Yeah.
It's not a lot, I don't come with in today to kind of learn some things, but I tell you what I tell you, my thoughts on what you say and what y'all may present.
Mm-hmm. And men, we think alike. A man is a man here. A man is a man in America. A man is still a man in Africa. He's still a man when he's in Asia. If he's in a submarine at the bottom of the ocean, he's still a man. If he's on the moon, he is still a man. We all think like men. And so, like you were saying, no, we don't want our daughters to be promiscuous. No, 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 we don't want that at all. And so, but women have to understand this. You are still somebody's daughter, and that's not what we want for our nation. We don't want a nation of promiscuous women, because now who do I marry? Who, like, for real? Like, who do I mentioned before that I want a virgin. I want to marry a virgin.
That's difficult now.
There's so few.
They are out there. Granted.
Yeah, there are. They are, but it's you gotta find them.
Can I speak to that? Can I speak to that?
Yes, ma'am.
I need the women listening to put on your big girl panties, okay? And if this is too hard for you, then you can take a drink of water and fan yourself. We need to, but listen to Dr. Kia Pruitt. We need to bring back shame and guilt, okay? Because we told people Don't be ashamed for having sex with a bunch of people. Don't be ashamed for living your life being free. Don't be ashamed as a woman for going out partying, going on girls' trips. You're free. You can smoke like a man. You can drink like a man. You can sex like a man. This is a whole new generation. Listen, we need to bring back shame. Shame keeps people in order. Okay. And I'm not saying that you should feel guilty and you should say, I'm the worst person in the world. I'm saying when I was growing up, if you were out having sex and doing anything you wanted to do, there was shame attached to that. And that kept the women chaste, that kept the young women in order. We didn't want to be labeled as somebody that was easy. We didn't want to be labeled as loose. I'm sorry, my phone's ringing. Let me see. We didn't want to be labeled. Donna is calling, and that's something. I don't even know that number. We didn't want to be labeled as a whore, a prostitute, a slut, a floozy. But now what they're telling women is don't slut shame me, don't whore shame me. So now, and don't fat shame me. So now we got a bunch of fat sluts and whores walking around doing whatever they want to do with no values and no principles. No, I will shame you. I'm an elder. That's what I'm going to do. I will tell you you're out of order and you're going to have a high body count and you're not going to get married. Or I don't want to say you're not going to get married. It's going to be a little more difficult being married. I can say that I'm even an older woman and my husband has passed. I'm single. It's going to be even more challenging for me because I've been married and I'm a woman of a certain age and I'm older and I'm grown. I don't have a problem with that. The older you get, the more sex you have, the harder it becomes to get married. Can you get married? Yes. Will you get married? Lord willing, you do the right things? Yes. But what I'm saying is we have to get back to a time where you teach people, young ladies, to keep their body because a man and a woman thinks differently. Men want to know how many sexual partners you've had. Okay, men want to know if you've been loose with your body, because if you've been loose with your body, loose with your womb, and loose with your principles and morals, then you might be loose with his money. You might be loose in your decision making. He might not want to bring you to the business meetings, the parties, the corporate executive meetings, because people might know that you have a reputation. And I know this is hard for a lot of people to hear, but it's the truth. And men have gotten to the point now that they're shamed. They can't even say it. They have to say, oh, you got to live your life. And if you've had a lot of sex partners, okay. But in the back of their mind, it matters. That's why they're not wifing a lot of women. And particularly if we've had a lot of sexual partners and we've had children, then we have to be very mindful of how we approach these men. You still have standards, but you don't want to come to a man if you want to be married and chosen by him. You don't want to come to him haughtily. You don't want to be, disrespectful. You need to have a level of humility. If you have children, and especially multiple children by somebody and you've never married, yes, you need to have a level of humility. And it blows my mind how arrogant a lot of women have become when they've had a whole lot of sex and all these children, and then wonder why a man's not marrying them. And even if he does select them, then it's like, you have to take care of my children. You have to accept me. Oh, no, I don't. Why would I choose an older woman that's had a whole lot of sex and got children by a bunch of different men when I can go choose a younger woman with fewer experiences that's more wholesome? And yes, I said wholesome. That's the way I was taught. I was a virgin. When I got married to Douglas's father, when we came together, was the only man I had ever known. And you know what that did for my relationship? It made me obedient. It made me kind. It made me loving. It made me submissive. It made me cooperative. It means it would make me teachable. He taught me all kind of beautiful things. He taught me about credit. He taught me about money. He taught me about budgeting. He taught me about legacy. He taught me about real estate. He taught me about family. And he was only 2 years older than I. And I was subject to his family, his whole family, his mom, the granddad, grandma, aunts, uncles. I was subject to the whole family because it was a coming together of two families. It was a covenant and agreement. But because I was so fresh and so young and chaste and a virgin, I was impressionable, and he was able to show me new things. But a lot of these women we've done so many things. Now that I'm a certain age, you've traveled, you've bought all this stuff, you're a boss babe, and that's great. You've had all this sex. Now you can measure this man against that man sexually, and this penis against that penis. You see how you, in a way, I don't want to say we're tainted, but now a man can't show you anything new. He can't teach you anything. It's hard for you to cooperate. So you can learn how to cooperate, and that's, you know, when Douglas allows me to speak on it, that's something that I do. I train women how to tap into their feminine power and to go back to being feminine and graceful and kind and sophisticated and refined and gentle, and all those qualities that we've lost through the movement of feminism. But all I'm saying is, men have gotten to the point where they have to walk gingerly upon this subject and say, you know, I understand you had to do what you had to do. No. You're grown. You can make better choices. No. You don't get that. You don't get a pass with Dr. Pruitt. We need to bring back shame. Okay. Keep your body. If you can't keep your body and you can't keep your legs closed and you can't have control of your energy, how are you going to control a man's empire? How are you going to control his legacy? I'm sorry, I'll yield the floor back to the men.
Yes, ma'am.
This is how men think.
That.
Women don't understand that. Men think like this, but y'all can correct me if I'm wrong.
I'll tell you what, you're right, but I will tell you this that I noticed. Some of the shame is still there with some promiscuous women locally. So what they do is not be so much promiscuous in town. They travel out of town, or with gentlemen, especially like a holiday come up, or you tell them you have some friends come in town, you know, it's easier access for somebody that say, oh, they're not from the local town. You from out of town? Oh, okay. Because nobody knows, you know, the secret's not out there. And I know some women that used to travel out of town, stuff like that, with guys they meet up with, you know, hook up with. But if you was from here, our city, stuff like that, you gotta wait 6 months. You gotta wait 6 months. But the guy they don't know this from Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Nashville, Bowling Green. Oh, they didn't have to wait at all. They got it, you know, quick. And it's not that they were more smooth or anything, just that nobody would know. And I know because they talk to me, and I don't put the business out there. They was comfortable sharing it with me, you know, of course. But yeah, so it's out there. So it's out there with some women. But I said it's messed up that they, you know, do some of the locals like it. But you know, but you go out of town, it's just fine because they don't want the word to be received like it. And here they look like, oh, I'm the goody good two shoe girl. I don't do all that. But yes, you think they ain't, but yes, they are. Just not with you and people you know.
Oh,
but however, there are like Doug said. I mean, there are women that's not. Every woman's not like it. You gotta know where to find them at. You gotta go to the library a little more often. You know, outside of something. You gotta know your venue.
When I was growing up, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Women, thank you for that contribution. Women weren't I say allowed. Women get all angry at this word now, but we weren't allowed to travel. This whole girl trip phenomenon and traveling to meet men, you didn't. When you have a male covering, when you have a father and pastor and brothers who are covering you and watching over you, you don't travel alone. You're not allowed to do that. So this whole freedom thing of doing, all they're doing is setting themselves up for failure. And this is why we keep saying you need a covering. Even if you've already done that, you can now get yourself in order because you're out of order. You are out of order. God made men to cover you, especially if you call yourself a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim. God created men to cover you. There's a divine order. God, man, woman. Women shouldn't be traveling alone. Women shouldn't be doing a lot of things alone. When I was married to Douglas's father, you know where I was allowed to go? To the store, and to church, and maybe to visit my mother-in-law who lived 2 doors down, And if I had to go somewhere to the market or something, she was the one that took me. I didn't even drive when I was a young woman. We got too many freedoms because they driving to go have sex. And it's, you're grown, you can do what you want to do, but you got to understand there are consequences. That's all I'll say.
Yes, there are certainly consequences. And I wanted
And
to
I'm not demonizing sex. I'm just saying you got to know if you want to be married, you got to be careful.
Right, and I think that should be our goal as humans, is to get married, because what we are here for, whatever reason we're here. But okay, so we're here and we make children, and we want to make sure that our children are able to have the best upbringing that they can possibly have, and then we want to make sure that their children can have the best upbringing, and every generation that comes, generations and generations, we want to make sure our entire society has the best upbringing that they can possibly have. And so we have to be careful about how we deal with sex, because that's what makes the children, right? And so okay, and then so I wanted to talk what Telly was saying with the girls trips, and also women dealing with men who are not local in order to enjoy their sexual experiences or escapades, or however you want to call it. So we understand why women are going out traveling, because we run into women who have traveled from another location to come to wherever we are, and we see how they're behaving. And I've talked to women that even I've talked to women who they wanted me to while we weren't in a relationship, wanted me to take them over to Ghana or to other parts of Africa or to this place and that place. And I'm like, okay, but are we together? I mean, what do you want to do while we're out there? I don't want to go into that too much, but it's just like, are you serious? Are you freaking serious? Are you fucking serious? You want to do what? A lot of these women are going traveling to experience the sexual prowess of other men, right? Not most of the women who I deal with. That's not what they were talking about. But some of them, you keep questioning them. It's like, okay, so we're not in a relationship. Well, no. How about I talk about when I hear them say what they've done while they were gone. It's like, okay, you went over there. You didn't go over there with a boyfriend. You went over there. You might have gone over there with a man so he can protect you while you have sex with other people, or you might, bruh. Or you went over there. You went over there for a school, right? And you didn't get to. You went over there for school, and you didn't get to have the experiences that you wanted to have. So now you're going to go back, and it's like, and so what were these experiences that you weren't able to have while you were in a school setting to go over there? And it's like you keep talking, and then they start talking about condoms and how they don't agree with condoms and this other. Oh, you're telling me you wanted to go over there and sleep with the man, this tribe of man, because this tribe of man is known for X, Y, and Z, or this is some, I don't know. It's like, we understand what women are doing when they're going to travel. So no, these girls trips in a relationship, I am totally against that. No, you ain't going on a girls trip. No, if you're traveling, then you need to travel with me, or they're like, I'm trying to get a nice medium, or however you say, where we approach this with some.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
I did it.
Did I do that? Oh, okay, okay.
Approach this with some wisdom, but the thing is, why we understand what women do when they do travel. We understand that freedom, that nobody's looking, that nobody knows you in this other location, and we see how women behave when they travel to come to our area. You know, even when I went on trips with my school when I was in grade or was that high school, I would travel, and you know what we were doing? We would travel and we would get a hotel. You know, as a musician, I do a lot of traveling, and when I was in school, I did a lot of traveling. Get a hotel. You know what those kids were doing? They were sleeping with each other. They were sleeping with each other. We were sleeping with each other. It was like nobody's who's going to stop us. You know, so it's like I'm just saying. I just wanted to touch on that point because we talk about freedoms and stopping some of the freedoms, but there is a reason for that. And the thing is, when you go out, you're going to be tempted to do these things, and there's really no way to know that a woman has, stepped out of the relationship or hasn't. There's not. I mean, you can try to look at her behavior, but there's no measuring that. The sexual organs of a woman is elastic. It has some
Snapback.
Yeah. It's not like you just, and one guy was telling me that women tell him that when they cheat on their mates, that they choose a man who has a penis size that is smaller than their man's, so that their man can't recognize that somebody else has been there. So I mean, it's like, and so like if you're not dealing with a virgin, going to virginity, if you're not dealing with a virgin, you won't know. If the hymen's not there, you won't know. Like you don't know what the young lady has been through, and that it's an issue. But I wanted to touch on your point about freedoms. Yeah.
And historically, there was a reason why they wanted young girls to be virgins. Everything they did was for a reason. It wasn't to be controlling or to harm the girl or to make her think she's less than a man. They wanted the daughter to be a virgin before they got married because you have less semen inside your body. You have less of a chance to have diseases. You, like I said before, you're more impressionable. That man can shape you for him, because the Bible says that the woman was actually created for the man's pleasure. And if you're a Christian and you don't understand that the Bible that says this, then you need to go and read Genesis, because the scripture says that the woman was designed for the man. So when you know that, then you understand that when she's a virgin and she's fresh and she's impressionable, then she only knows him. And that was the reason why they did that culturally. And also, you don't have all of these spirits inside you as a young lady. You're not fighting with these different entities and I don't know. I would just say spirits and energies from the man and from all the women that he's had sex with. That enters your body. That affects you emotionally, psychologically, and physically. And women are receivers. So that truly, truly shapes you. It shapes who you are. And we talked a little bit about oxytocin. Every time you bond with a man and have sex with a man, then you become close and attached to him. So imagine every single person with whom you have sex. Now you become a part of that person. They become a part of you. But more importantly, they become a part of you. That's a lot for a man to undo. So now when men get married, they have to deal with all of the trauma, the emotional pain, the struggles, the disappointments, all of that stuff that we have wrestled with as women being sexually free. And that's a lot of work for a man to do.
Yeah. So I want to touch more on virginity. I want to go ahead on that topic.
Okay.
Brother Tisdemore, do you mind? I'm gonna bring you back on, but I'm gonna go ahead and close out this screen for just a little bit. You okay with that?
Okay, close me out. Right. Go ahead.
All right, you're still here though. You're still here.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
All right. And if anybody else wants to wants to be a part of this conversation, I invite you to be a part of this conversation. Oh, some house cleaning. I think they call it. Yeah, go ahead.
You can invite a lot of people on at one time, I think.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah. You can. So if you go to Douglas Lattimore Show, you go to Douglas Lattimore Show on YouTube. There's a link there, and you can click on that, and you'll be able to appear on the show and ask your questions, or you can type in the chat and ask your questions that way, and we'll be able to see it and also bring it up.
You can share the link in the chat too.
Oh yeah, so I've shared the link. I will go ahead and place it. Yes, I'll go ahead and place it there again. If anybody in the audience doesn't see it, let us know, and we can help direct you to that. And so go ahead, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Subscribe to the Douglas Lattimore Show on YouTube. Like the video. That is one of the most important metrics that YouTube uses to spread the video and to show that this video is a video that people are interested in. Go to Dr. Kia Pruitt's. Go to Dr. Kia Pruitt's YouTube channel. Go to her Rumble channel. Can you give your social, Dr. Pruitt? Oh
yeah, I'll just say it quickly because I want you. You can go to. I'm on Facebook at Dr.Kia is my first name, Pruitt. So that's one of my pages. Or you can go to my other Facebook page, which is just Drkia. That's running together. Space Pruitt, Pruitt. And then also I'm on YouTube and on rumble.com. If you go to rumble.com and type in Dr. Kia Pruitt in the channel section, I'll come right up. So my new YouTube channel is new. We were talking about politics and finances and economics on that, but I am also, I'm kind of morphing that into a channel where we talk about femininity, family, wealth, and legacy building.
And of course, Dr. Pruitt is more famous than you might know. Her YouTube has blown up. Like it got a lot of traction several times, and the powers that be has been hating on her, I think you would call it. And
they took my channels down.
How many?
So they took 2 channels down. This is the 3rd one.
And she's gone viral several times, across the world. She's gone viral in different publications and everything.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And she's talking about politics. She's talking about silver and gold, precious metals, and she's not saying anything inflammatory, nothing out of the, I'm going to say not out of the ordinary, but nothing that is harmful to people. And still they hit the channel. So anyway, so she has a new channel.
Yeah, I've been censored on LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn too, which is interesting that they censored me on LinkedIn for like 2 months. And on Instagram, I'm Empress Kia Pruitt on Instagram. This is my 3rd channel, I think, on Instagram. They actually took it down. I've been censored on Facebook many times where I wasn't allowed to speak for 30 days, 2 weeks at a time. I mean, they do not want people to know what's really going on geopolitically in the political realm and politics. They don't want people to know about silver and gold and how we're moving into a whole new financial system, how to build wealth, how to restore family and legacy. And what I mean by they, I mean the elite powers that be that were controlling society. But now we do have a whole new group of people that we'll talk about that later that's coming to help restore our government and our republic. And people like me are speaking out on that. And we're saying, hey, this is how you can help usher in that time period where we're going to have 1,000 years of peace, like the Bible told us. And I'm also saying, say no to the rhetoric of the deep state. Say no to feminism. Say no to homosexuality for your children. Say no to all of these things, transgender and all this gender assignment. Say no to it because they're coming for your children. They're trying to destroy the family. So I guess you can say I've been considered a conspiracy theorist, and YouTube has called me a person who incites violence because I teach family values.
It's wild. It's wild. The censorship is real.
It is.
It is real. All right, Telly. We're going to have you back on in a little bit. I want to share a couple things.
Okay.
Thank you for coming on, brother.
Thank you, darling.
Yes, sir.
All right, sure.
All right, all right. So I wanted to pull up some of the statistics of
Okay.
how virginity affects marriage. And so quickly,
Mhm.
I'll let you know that a virgin has a higher chance of staying married to a person, to a man. A virgin woman has a higher chance of staying
Okay.
married to that man than a woman who is not a virgin. And
Wow.
women women initiate 80 to 90%. Let's call it, well, 70 to 80% of all the divorces are initiated by a woman, like close to 80.
Okay.
And if we account for the women who are college educated, they initiate 90% of the divorces
Yeah, I
after
can
they've
see
been
that.
educated in college. And so knowing that it's the women who actually leave the marriage,
Mm.
we need to understand, well, why is it? What are the factors in this?
Okay.
And it can't just be the men that's the issue. There has to be something else going on, right? So
Okay.
I wanted to find this statistic as soon as I can locate it. I wanted to talk about uh, I wanted to show the statistic that shows that women who are married divorce their men at a lesser rate than women who,
Mhm.
excuse me,
Mhm.
women who are virgins divorce their men at a lesser rate than women who are not married. I
Mhm.
mean, excuse me, not virgins. And while I'm finding that, Dr. Pruitt, you mind uh, filling in a little bit? Yes.
Yes, I was trying to think of the scripture that says that the woman was created for a man. And it's a scripture about the help meet. And it says that the woman is a help meet, should be a help meet for him. So that means that the woman should be a help that's appropriate for him. The woman is a help that a helper that is assigned to him, or that is the right fit for him. And so when you read the scriptures in Genesis, you come to understand that we're different, and that the woman was created actually to take care of and serve her husband. Now, feminism has made women think that that is a job of a slave, that it's something that's demeaning. Whereas the Bible says it in such a way that you're actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Like you work cooperatively with each other. You work synergistically, and while you're serving him or taking care of him, you're preserving his legacy. You're helping him with his vision, because there has to be a leader. Like I said, there's a divine order. Somebody has to lead. But somebody not only has to lead in the home, but somebody has to lead in society, at a job, and I guess in every aspect of life. If you don't have one specific leader, then you could have roughshod and chaos in the house. So that's why I say that the woman is the help meet for him, or she must be designed for him or fit for him. And some people would say she has to be qualified for him. And the reason why that's important is because men grant access to relationship. So what I mean by that is it'll be the man that'll ask you for your hand in marriage. So you need to know what it is that men desire, what it is that men need, what do they require? What are they looking for in a woman? What do they want or expect from a wife? And you need to make sure you meet those qualifications, or else you won't be chosen. You might be chosen to have sex with. You might be chosen um, to you might get a whole lot of attention from him. He might tell you look good, you're fine, you have a nice body. He may have sex with you, but if you're not chosen for to be his wife, to preserve his legacy, that's a whole nother level. That means you've not been selected by him. So it's important to, again, to make sure that you qualify to be a wife. And that does not make you a bad person. That doesn't make you a slave. That makes you smart and wise, because deep down within most women is a desire to be covered and protected and provided for. Okay, Douglas, did you find it?
I did find it. I was actually was just pulling down a little bit on the screen to show the statistic I was looking for. So the first thing I was showing, that is important, but I also wanted to show this other statistic, which I think
Okay, you gonna
are right
speak on it?
here. Yes.
Okay.
Can we see that?
Not yet. It didn't come up yet. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. So this is saying a woman who has 0 sex partners is less likely to divorce a man that she marries than a woman who has had more than 0 sex partners, a woman who's not a virgin. A virgin is more likely to stay married than a woman who is not a virgin. So if we look at this right here, you see, if a woman has had 0 sex partners before she gets married, then she is 5%. The likelihood of her getting divorced after 5 years of marriage is 5%.
Wow.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
5%.
Yeah.
Now, if she's had just 1 sex partner, it goes up to, you see this, the 2000s, the yellow lines, the 2000s. It goes up up to 20%. There's a 20% chance that she'll divorce the man. If she's had 2 sex partners before she's gotten married, it goes up to there's a 30% chance that she will divorce a man. Why would I get into a situation? Why would I get into a situation with where there's a high likelihood of failure? Why would I invest in something with a high likelihood of failure? Like we know that the majority, I think, is 60% of marriages end in divorce. If 50 to 60% of marriages in America end in divorce. If I know that, and I don't want to get divorced, then who would I choose to marry? I would, if a woman has had 2 sex partners, there's at least a 30% chance that she's going to divorce me. If she's had more than 10 sex partners, you see it's going up, creeping up to 35% chance of divorce, and then they stop counting the statistics after 10. They just stop counting. So the more sex partners you have, you see the higher the likelihood of divorce. As a woman, it's not the same statistics for a man. So, and then what is the reason? We can speculate for the reason of this, but the point is, here are the facts. And then it's like, okay, so who is giving this study? Who is this Institute for Family Studies? Can you see where my mouse is?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Now, this, if anybody wants to check this out, this is a very interesting study. If you read into this, and it, you can always press pause and read this if you choose not to actually Google it yourself. But just type in, if you want to check this out, type in female virginity and divorce. Type that in, and you'll end up finding this study. Now, let me stop sharing so that I can speak. So what I was going to say about that, well, what are the reasons? Why is a woman more likely to stay married to a man? Why is a woman more likely to stay married to a man if she's a virgin? Well, as Dr. Pruitt has said before, she likely, she doesn't have somebody else to compare the man to.
That's can you still see me?
It looks like your screen it looks like your screen is frozen.
Okay, let me get back because somebody sent me a text. Let me fix this.
Okay.
Go ahead, keep talking. I'll fix it, please.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. So I was saying that, so the woman doesn't have, as a virgin, she doesn't have someone to compare the man to sexually. That's one thing. 2, women, the more sex that they have, as soon as they have sex, their attitude changes. A man can look at a woman and tell that she's a virgin or not. I can look around and scan the environment and by the way the woman's moving, her facial expressions, the way she's speaking, I can tell if she's a virgin or not. Virgins act a certain way, and when women have sex, their behavior changes, immediately changes, and the more sex partners a woman has, the more disagreeable she becomes, the more argumentative and like angry that she becomes. And it might be because certain relationships hasn't worked out. It probably is because of that. It's also probably because she's dealt with so many men. She's dealt with so many men, and she's come across a lot of men who have treated her incorrectly.
Right.
And
Right.
so, this is so she's come across men who has treated her incorrectly, and now they're damaging the woman. And you can't undo damage. People talk about healing, but you can't undo damage. You can try to mitigate some of the damage. You can try to cope with some of the problems that has been caused due to having sexual partners who has sexual partners who has mistreated you, or just having a lot of sexual partners. And okay, I've had a woman tell me when I was younger, we were about to have sex, and excuse the graphic part of this, but we're about to engage each other, and she told me, right before we started, she was like, I just wanted to let you know that I fall in love with everybody I have sex with. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's interesting to know. I didn't know that that's what happens with women. I didn't know that. And so a woman is a woman. A woman is a woman in America, in China, in Africa, in Asia, on the moon, in the submarine. A woman is a woman. So my point is, it's not just her who falls in love when she has sex. It's women who fall in love when they have sex or have this bonding experience with the man. And so you're bonding with all these different people. I've had women tell me that they can close their eyes and remember what a man feels like inside of them. I'm like, ooh,
Wow.
man. It's like, oh man, that's frightening a little bit. It's like so. I don't want to be too graphic, but it's just women experience things differently than we men experience things, and however it's working in a woman's mind, it ends up being that after virginity, it's harder for the woman to stay in a committed relationship, and the more sexual partners she has, the harder it is for her to stay in a committed relationship. And this is important.
Wow.
This is important for us men to know, and for the women to know. It's important for us men to know, so that we understand, well, when we're dealing with a woman, why are the behaviors a certain way, or what the likelihood is for this relationship to be a success over time. It's important for the women to know how their psychology works, so that they know that you shouldn't be too free with your sexuality. It has consequences. And as a community, we need to have more conversations about this and understand the psychology and the consequences of all our behavior, particularly our sexual behavior, so that we can create healthy, strong families.
Absolutely. And we need to not only have this culture of marriage, but we need to go back to having a culture where we strongly discourage divorce. There was a time when there was shame that was centered, that was around divorce, and they didn't do it because they wanted to put the people down, but they brought upon shame if you got a divorce, because what our elders understood is, when you separate the mother and the father, when they go their separate ways, then the children suffer immensely, and you know that the children suffer immensely because they internalize that separation of their parents. And now the mother's living this way, the dad's living a whole nother way. The children have to decide sometimes whose side to choose. Now you have poverty becomes an issue, or you don't have as much money, as much resources as you did when you were married. So this is why our elders put shame around divorce. Now, the pushback that you get now when you say we need to recreate that dynamic of putting shame around the whole culture of divorce is that you'll have women say, yeah, but back in the day, grandma didn't divorce grandpa because these women were getting abused, or grandpa had families down the street. And my retort to that is that we need to stay out of grown folks' business. Whatever happened between grandma and grandpa was their business. You don't know the whole story. I don't know the whole story. I wasn't there. I don't know if Miss Mamie had a family down the street or not with grandpa. That's none of my business. And if grandma decided to stay, if he did, that's none of my business. But we don't talk about the number of women that had children before they got married, that came into the marriage with children. We don't talk about the number of women that cheated on their husbands. Oh, it was when I got much older that I realized that, like, my grandmother's generation and even some of our great grandparents, Lord child, some of the things that the women did, it wasn't that they didn't do some of those. For the most part, women didn't do the same thing that men did. But the ones that did, they were just more discreet about it. So all I'm saying is we need to stay out of grown folk business. We weren't there. We don't know why our parents got divorced. We don't know why our grandparents got divorced. We don't know why our great-grandparents got divorced. We know the story that was told from the side of the person that told it. We need to mind our business. But the statistics show that look at society. It shows that when you do not have a two-parent household, your child becomes vulnerable to, or more likely to become vulnerable to, crime, to drugs, to poverty, and all those things. So that's why I say we need a marriage culture, but we also need to bring a sense of shame around divorce. I've been divorced before. There was some shame, and I still support that there should be shame. I still support that we should have shame around divorce. But here's the beauty about God is it doesn't matter. Once you enter into a covenant with somebody, you are attached to that person for life. So it didn't matter. My husband and I went our separate ways. We're separated. But not to divulge too much of my life story, but just so you can see, that I've been through this. I know what I'm talking about. But that connection that he and I had, because I was 18 when I got married, I was a virgin, we had children, we had history, we had experience. It didn't mean anything. A piece of paper saying you're now separated didn't mean anything. What we were taught is God does not honor divorce. So what we did was we said, you know what? And this is a testament to how healing can occur. We sat down and we said, this division, this separation, going our separate ways has harmed our family. It has hurt our children. It has hurt them emotionally and mentally. It has caused them to be confused. It has hurt the family financially. So we're going to have to find a way to men to repair our family. And so we sat down and we talked about it. We talked it through. And there were times, where we would disagree. I mean, vehemently, like, no, but you did this and that's why I did that. And you said this and this hurt me and that's why I left. And we had to have those hard conversations. We had to cry. We sometimes we shouted. That this was the first man I ever been with. And I've known him since I was a child. So, passions would fly. Well, when you said that, I was really hurt and I didn't know how to receive it. When you did, he could say, kid, when you did that, I was destroyed. So we had to have that hard conversation and say, okay, I hold myself accountable. I take responsibility for what I said and what I did. I made that decision. I did this and that. I'm sorry. Will you forgive me? I had to say that. He chose to say that. Will you forgive me? I'm sorry. And although you couldn't do away with all the pain, it really brought healing. And it made it to the point where now our children aren't, you know, scattered. They're not confused. Now they see mom and dad get along. Now they see us even living together, coming back and living together and taking care of each other and supporting each other and being there for each other, feeding each other. And when he was sick, I took care of him because he would do the same thing for me. And, you know, overseeing his finances and his estate and all those things, taking care of the children that we had together and his other children. Because what I said was all that happened when you had other children is you expanded our empire. It all, Douglas, it all goes back to your mentality. You can choose to be loving. You can choose to be forgiving. You can choose to take accountability for your sins, your wrongdoings, your mistakes. And when you make a choice, a conscious choice to be responsible for your life and to be responsible for the children that you brought into this world and take ownership for the vows that you made before God and the community and the world, when you make a choice to say, I'm adult enough to say, I said yes, and yes, I made these mistakes, but I created these children, and I agreed, I entered covenant with this person, you're showing maturity, and you're bringing healing and restoration to your family. So all my people out there that you may have been separated, you may have been divorced, you may have never been married to your children's father, your children's mother. You still have a responsibility to make a connection with that other person. Because it doesn't matter if you sign a bill of marriage or not. It doesn't matter if you sign a bill of contractual agreement or not. The moment he entered your body as a woman, the moment you mounted her as a man, you became married. Your son, your child's father is your husband. Okay, so you have the responsibility to have a good, healthy relationship with your husband, your wife, your child's father, your child's mother. And any breach that's been in there, the scripture says, with everything that lies within you, get along with all men. The scripture also says, if you are offering a gift to God, if you are going to God in prayer, you are to leave that gift at the altar. If you know, if God bring it to your remembrance, if you bring a gift to God on your knees, praising him, giving him, extolling him, giving him honor, telling him how wonderful he is, before you can supplicate and ask him for anything, the moment you remember that you have a disagreement or an ought against somebody, or even if you remember that they have a problem with you, you got to leave that gift at the altar. The scripture says, and go get it right. Confront that person. That just means go to that person. So it doesn't matter if they offended you or you offended them. And that includes your child's father, women. That includes your child's mother, men. But I'm going to speak to the women. We really need to rectify these relationships and restore these relationships because we're hurting our children. We are harming them emotionally, psychologically, and relationally. We're stunting their growth. Excuse me, I said that word improperly. So I've been there. I've been separated. My children have lived through divorce. It's not pretty. Everybody suffers. My husband suffered. I suffered. The children suffered. The community suffered. So that's why I'm saying there has to be some shame around divorce. But knowing that we made those commitments to each other and those vows before God, before his family, my family, the church, the community, the world, people were looking up to us. We said, we got to get it together. We have to come back together and repair this breach and apologize to each other. And I thank God for the opportunity. God is the one who put it on my heart to get this relationship together for the sake of children, for the sake of family, for the sake of legacy. And I give honor and praise to the Most High God for putting upon my heart to say, you weren't perfect. You've made mistakes. You've needed grace. You've needed covering. You needed my blood to cover you. You've needed forgiveness. So why can't you forgive the man to whom you made an agreement? The man to whom you gave all your children. So I thank God for giving me that mind, because maybe you can speak on that, Douglas. Maybe I'm speaking out of line, but I feel like it brought some healing to the family. It didn't bring total and complete healing. It didn't fix everything that was wrong, but it brought us all together, and we were able to work together as one family until the day Dad closed his eyes and transitioned to the ancestral realm. Do you want to speak on that at all?
I do. So children want to see their parents together. That's what they want. I did not understand why my mother and my father would stop being together. I was born in a marriage, and I love my mother and my father more than I loved anybody on this earth. And it was very important to me to see them together. And when they broke up, that was the hardest thing in my life. That was the hardest thing, harder than other pains, physical pains that could have happened to me, harder than any type of hunger, harder than anything imaginable was my parents not being together. That was the hardest thing for me. And you know, um I just I was so happy to see my parents finally come back together and work things out. And it was, you know, throughout that time that my parents were separated, I would try to get them back together. That was, you know, that was my preoccupation, my occupation. That's what I needed to do, because children want to see their mother, their biological mother, with their biological father. They don't want to see their biological mother with another man. If that's what the case is, that's what the case is. And, you know, we just deal with it as it is. But what we want is to see our biological parents together. This is, I understood that the family worked awesome. Our family was like, I'm not going to use the word perfect, but our family was awesome together. We were strong. We were very strong together, and I knew that, and I understood that once things stopped, once it wasn't the togetherness, then now the family wasn't together, and then that allowed for a lot of other things to happen that wouldn't have happened if there was never a separation. And so yeah, it was very important for me to see my parents get back together and in good graces with each other. And I've always stuck with my mother. I've always stuck with my father, no matter what was going on. I kept a relation. Obviously, I don't even know what it means to not have a relationship with my parents. Um, but yeah, so I just want to make it clear to people that your children want to see you with their biological parent, and it's really important. It's really important to give that to your child. I wanted to go over some statistics that explains what happens when when a family is not together. Okay, so uh, so like you were mentioning before, uh, that the product of a family, um, the that's what's up.
Wow, that's awesome. So your
Yeah.
dad sold Ashar his saxophone at Mary Todd. Is that a church, a place or something?
I I
Mary
I I
Todd.
I can't remember. I remember the name, that name, but I can't
Okay.
remember. Uh,
Mm.
it's where it is. But
Mm.
okay. Can you see my screen?
It's refreshing. Okay, there it is.
Okay. So it's saying that children that are a product of marriage, or really they're talking about a two-parent household, which is
Mm-hmm.
what marriage is, a two-parent household. It's saying that children are less likely to be in poverty, they're less likely to go to prison, and they're more likely to go to college. And these are
Mm.
statistics. These are statistics that are are repeated in so many studies. This is just one study that I've pulled up. So many studies, and you can read through this, but it ultimately says what I just told you, that the product of marriage, or the product of a two-family household, which is the opposite of a single family household, the product of a two-family household It's less likely to go to jail. They're less likely to commit crimes. They're more likely to be a productive member of society. And so I just wanted to share that. And I know I'm not going over the article as much as I could. I just want to let you know that there's several studies. You just type it in, you'll see the studies. This isn't the only one, and there's no study that says the opposite. That says that a single family home is more productive than a two-family home. There's no study that says that. And it's the weirdest thing. You'll hear young ladies or older ladies argue for a single family home, saying that that this is something that's preferable to a marriage. And there's literally no statistics that supports that claim. And it's so odd. It's so odd that people will argue something that's detrimental. Argue, no, what we need to do is the most detrimental thing to society. No, why would you tell us to be productive and constructive? Why would you tell us to build families? Why would you tell us that women should be virgins when they get married? Why would you say that a man should marry a virgin? Why should you say that we shouldn't have a promiscuous society? Why would you say that we shouldn't have marriage? Like, what are people? I just don't understand, because there's literally no statistics that backs the claims that they're literally none whatsoever that backs the claims that they're making. So it's just
one of the things that women have a problem with is accountability. So to acknowledge that you're correct, and the statistics are correct would then mean they have to look themselves in the mirror and says, I've been out of order and I'm incorrigible and I need to get myself back in order. That's why they are disagreeable, and they disagree with what all the statistics say. That's why women don't need to, forgive me, sisters, that's why God made men the leaders. Women don't need to be making certain decisions because we act on emotions. And sometimes we will not take accountability. Often we will not take accountability for having made mistakes or having moved on our emotions. So that's it. If you say we need two-parent households, then women who have made certain mistakes will say, oh man, now I have to acknowledge that I did something out of order. Now I have to correct myself, which honestly, that's the most beautiful thing in the world, is to take accountability and say, you know what, I made this decision. You know, maybe you were ill-advised, maybe you were young, maybe you did it because you thought it was the right thing to do. It doesn't matter. But to take ownership and say, yeah, I made this decision. It may not have been, it wasn't the best decision. I'm going to correct myself. That's the most honorable thing you can do, because you have power over your own life. Blaming another person for the decisions that you made makes you look like a perpetual victim. It makes you look weak, and it makes you unmarriageable. No man wants to marry a woman that can't take accountability for the decisions that she's made. If you can't even take accountability for who you let between your legs, I don't even see how you would think a man could think that you could take accountability for his finances or for the children that the two of you will produce. It's chaos, but I get it. I understand it, because society, first of all, women, you know, we're supposed to be protected. So if we make a mistake, sometimes we'll cry about it, or we'll say, you know, we were the victim, and sometimes we were. So that's just kind of something that we do. But if you want to grow, if you want to mature, if you want to be a responsible adult, you will take ownership for the decisions that you make. Now, some decisions you make will be, a lot of people don't want to hear this one. Some decisions you make are going to be very detrimental. Some things you won't be able to come back from. And I know we believe in the power of God, the grace of God, the blood of God, all of that. And that's true. It will heal you. It will clean you. It will perfect you. But the damage is still there. A man can still see it, is what I'm trying to say. So you don't want to get out there and do too much to where a man will not marry you, because marriage is the ultimate goal. It is ultimate, I want to say prize. It's the most beautiful thing we can do for our children and for society. Because again, the way you build a strong nation is by having strong, healthy communities. Communities are built upon strong family units, 2-parent household with the extended family around supporting them and the children.
Yeah.
And let me say that. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm listening, Dr.
Go ahead.
Pruitt.
Now, another thing is, you can, if your marriage is broken or your relationship didn't work out and you decide to have a second marriage, or maybe you had children outside of marriage and you're saying, well, now I want to be married. It's a beautiful thing to be covered and be married. But remember what I said, some things, that decisions you make will be too hard to come back from. So if you enter a marital union with somebody else's children, your husband, most men are good men, will cover you and your children. But in the pit of his spirit, he knows that's not his seed. So it's going to be very challenging for him to cover your child. And even though he will and love your child like it's his own, I don't care how, I keep hearing women say, oh, he loved my child like it's his. No, you're wrong, Dr. Pruitt. He's there. These children belong to him now. No, ma'am. They are not his seed. There's no genetic or no genetic honor for a man to pass on legacy to another man's seed. That's not how men operate. He'll do it. And God bless the men that do, but it's very challenging. I know what I'm talking about. I've been there. It's very, very, I've seen it. I've experienced it. It's very hard for a man to take care of another man's child. And if that man tries to discipline your child, women, most of us will have something to say about it. And if you don't have something to say about it, you'll feel a certain way. Because that's your child. You gave birth to that child. That child lived in you. That child's a part of you. That child's not a part of him. There's no honor. I've talked to stepfathers. They marry a woman, and if that relationship doesn't work, then she takes those children that he's put into and raised and loved, and now the whole relationship with those children is broken, is severed. And he can't pass down his legacy to those children. That's another man's seed. I wish we would wake up to the fact that men and women are different. A man does not want to raise another man's child. And we get so offended with that. That's why I keep saying, you don't understand men. You don't know men. In the wild, now I know we are mammals, we're not wild. In the wild, when a male lion enters the pride, he kills the children that belongs to another male. Why? Because the children are a threat. They're a physical threat to that man. They're going to fight him. They're going to stand up against him and buck up against him. And he's a sexual threat. Because now that male, those male children, those cubs are going to grow up and try to have sex with the same women that he could potentially have sex with. Even if a man doesn't want to have sex with all the women in the world, those males that are in his house are a physical threat to him, and even a potential sexual threat to him, because men dominate. So my little Johnny, my little Douglas, my little David, my little, all the beautiful, beautiful, wonderful beings that I brought into the world are an asset to me. They're a liability to another man. Point blank, period. Doesn't matter how you try to make your emotions make it be something else. This is what I mean. So when you come to a man and you have children already, you need to come not having you have standards, but not trying to make it seem like he's got to be darn near God. You ought to be thanking your stars from above and your ancestors and the Most High that a man found you worthy enough to cover you and your children by somebody else. And you need to have a sense of humility about you. I'm telling you what I know. Because he didn't have to do it. He could have chosen a woman that didn't have all of those liabilities. And yes, our children are a liability to somebody else who did not bring them into the world. And I yield the floor.
Yes, ma'am. And we've had this discussion also about being a stepfather. And I say that it is a stupid idea for a man to become a stepfather to some woman's a woman's children. It's a stupid idea because
Okay.
it's only a liability. It is only a liability. Now, I mean, if a man does it, thank God that he's done it. Thank God that
Thank
he's
God.
that he's helping out the society.
Yes, thank God.
But now what are the risks that he's taking? Like if we're going to talk about
Mhm.
practicalities, what are the risks that he's taking? Okay, number one, like you just mentioned, the male children are going to be a threat to him physically because men kill men, right? We kill each other. Like that's what we are a different type of 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 thought pattern than a woman. We are a different gender. We do things differently. We are aggressive
Mhm.
and we dominate each other.
Mhm.
The only way for another man to be in my house is for him to be under me. How is he going to be under me but for me to submit him? If I submit him, I'm punking him to some degree. Do you understand what I'm saying? I
Mm.
am taking away his manhood. Eventually, I have to allow him to go somewhere else. Even my own children, I
Mm.
have to allow him to go be a man, to be able to dominate and be out from
Mm.
under my domination. But now if we're talking about there's a young man who is not my child, I have a whole different mentality to that man than than I would to my own blood, flesh and blood. I want to see
Mm.
all people succeed, but I don't want to see that young boy succeed in taking my women. No, the hell I don't. Even the women that I'm not having sex with. I'm serious because all the women, every woman I see is my mate. They're all mine. And
It's funny though, and I've heard that from other men too. They will tell you that if they feel free enough to tell you,
yeah, so I
or a
mean,
potential mate. Hmm.
potential mate, and I'm saying it in a way that people may not fully understand the way I'm saying it, but
Hmm.
but what I'm saying is that I mean they have that song. I wish I could have sex with every girl in the world.
Yeah,
I wish I could fuck every girl in the world or something like that. I
you
wish I
can't
could
say
excuse
that
my
on
language.
online.
Excuse my language. I'm sorry.
I was saying you can't say that online.
Maybe not. Excuse my language. But the point is that it's a common thought of a man is that all women are potential mates. And if we're talking about, there's going to be another man in my house to help to compete with me over my potential mates, that's going to be a problem. And it's not because I want it to be a problem. It's because I'm an animal, or I am just like the other animals in this world. I am in this
Mhm.
flesh. I am a part of this body. The body does what it wants. My body thinks for me. I have thoughts, but I have the thoughts of a man because I'm in a man's body. A woman has the thoughts of a woman. And my point just being that when you have men in your house that are not your blood, it ends up causing problems. And then when you have women
Mhm.
in your house that are not your blood, let's talk about those lions again. Yeah, they killed out the men, right? They killed out all the male children. You know what they did with all the female children?
What do they do?
They took them
Mate with
as
them.
mates. They took them as mates, and they didn't do it by asking a whole lot of permission. If you ever see
Mm.
animals, excuse me, but if you ever see animals mating, the male
Ooh,
isn't the male isn't asking permission. We humans
no.
use a level of control and gaining permission, but understand that we're still animals, and we still have that capability, and it actually takes a man to stop himself from doing certain things. And then you have to remember that women are submissive to men, and men
Mhm.
we specialize in changing a woman's mind. We specialize in
Mhm.
getting a woman to have sex. That's what our thought pattern is. So if you put a woman in front of us, even they
So,
call it subconsciously. I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. I'm listening.
they call some things subconscious, to where if you actually like watch somebody on a video, you could see the interaction. They might think they're doing one thing, but if you look at the video, they're actually doing something else. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. The people, you can tell how people are, what people are thinking by if their feet are pointed towards, they might have their head pointed towards somebody else, but their feet are pointed towards an individual. That's where their attention is. They might not even understand it. They might not understand what their thoughts are when they're standing a certain way, when they puff out their chest, when they stand like a peacock. They may not understand what mating signals they're giving. The woman may not understand what mating signals she's giving when she's bending over in front of a man. And it's like, oh, what he thought of me sexually when I bent him over in front of him and exposed my vagina right to his face. Why would he think something sexual? And so it's just, people don't understand. There's more to this. There's the body does things that we may not be consciously thinking, but subconsciously, a man is a man and a woman is a woman, and a man and a woman together equals sex. So then when you bring a young woman into your house that's not related to you, as a man, your body wants to have sex with her. Why would you do that? And I'm not saying that the man is a bad, the man isn't a bad person for what how his body translates things into his brain, into his subconscious. I'm telling you, since we know what it is, and people may not like this, they don't, it's hard to accept human behavior. It really is. But I mean, obviously it's happening. What happens when a man becomes a stepfather and goes into the house with girls? Oh my God, he took the women. I can't believe he did that. I didn't see this coming. Oh my God. Why do men do this? You know what? Yes, fucking stupid. Excuse my language. Stupid.
It's stupid. It's stupid. It is a high level of stupidity. And this is why I keep saying we do not understand men. I don't know why we don't understand. Back in the day, your grandmother understood. That's why she told you don't sit in Uncle Ralph's lap. When she saw you around the men as women, she would say, don't kiss him in the mouth. Get out of his face. Because even your own daddy, your grandmother would tell you, all right, you a certain age now. Now, I know people don't want to accept that, but a male's genitalia, I'm not saying when it's his daughter, but if he gets aroused, if you brush past a man's genitalia, you're sitting in his lap, you're all leaning all on him, his genitalia is going to rise. So the elder women knew this. So they would separate the sexes. They would put the little girls over here and not allow them to hang around the men. I don't understand this whole freedom where everybody just wants to hang out around each other and men and women just all hang out and party together. Oh, we're not doing anything. We're just friends. Either you're a liar or you just naive. So what Douglas is saying, and I agree to this. That's why when their dad and I were separated, I didn't date. I wasn't gonna have men in and out of my house. If there was a man that wanted to come calling on me, he had to talk to my pastor. This is when we were divorced. I was divorced. He had to talk to my pastor, my brother, my covering, my daddy. But having men in and out of my house, nope. Nobody spent the night. Nobody. They didn't see no man just hanging out at my house. No, because a man is a man. Why would I put my daughter in that predicament? And so now you see women act shocked. Oh my God, my daughter said Mr. Johnny looked at her a certain way, whether it's true or not. Why would you put your child in that predicament? You should not. It's a very dangerous thing to do. Of course, men should have self-control. They should have discipline. But I keep telling you all, men and women are different. Men are predators. They're dominant. They conquer. They control. They take things by force. And all of them are not disciplined. All of them have not honed that in or brought that in. So don't even tempt them. And so this is what I mean by we have to take some accountability for the things that we're doing. If something happens to you or your child, are you at fault? No, but take some ownership if you have just created an environment where your child can be unprotected. Another thing we elders used to understand is that a man's mind sometimes gets away from him. He's very visual. He sees things. If he sees a girl bending over and her bottom is all up in the air, he's going to think about sex. That's just how men are. Why are we trying to shame men for that? Now, I'm not siding with a man. Yes, of course he must have self-control. We will not tolerate men doing things to our girls or our women or taking them by force. That is not allowed. You should be executed if you take something by force when it comes to sex. The other side of that is women help the brothers out. That's what they used to teach us in our community, in church, in my home, in my grandmother's home. You don't go, and this is what I teach women, when you pick something down, you don't pick it up with your bottom in the air. And women have gotten so incorrigible and out of control, you don't even care. He shouldn't be looking at my fat behind, this vagina. He shouldn't be looking. Y'all need to, somebody really needs to reel you in, some of these women. You don't pick something up from the floor with your bottom tooted in the air. That shows a lack of self-respect, and it shows a lack of respect for the men that's around you. It shows a total lack of disrespect. So even when you pray, we were taught growing up as young women and adults, you don't pray with your going to the altar with your bottom in the air. No, you kneel like a lady. You put your bottom down on the floor and put your head across the altar. There is a way that men and women ought to behave. There's something called being ladylike. You're not a man. You're not the same as a man. You're not equal to a man. You don't get to do the same thing that men do. You don't like it, take it up with God. Okay, because biology says that we're different. We're just different. So if you know, and now I'm telling you that men think about sex, men think about conquering and dominating. Men don't want to deal with another male child in his house. Men don't want to deal with a more beautiful, younger, fresher sexually chaste version of you. Why would you even put him in that predicament? Why would you even put her in that predicament? And this is why we say we need to bring back a marriage culture and shame around divorce. Because when you get divorced and you remarry, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, I've been there, I get it. But if you have small children, you are putting your family at risk. And the statistics for divorce increase from 50% to 80%. Now you have an 80% chance of getting divorced. And now you got a second divorce on your hands. So all I'm saying is we got to take responsibility for the decisions that we're making. We got to stop just living haphazardly and doing whatever we want to do. It's not your thing. You can't do whatever you want to do. See, I'm of that age when feminism was probably second or third wave of feminism was coming in, where they created this song. It's your thing. Do what you want to do. I can't tell you who to sock it to. And that was a very popular song. It's your thing. Do whatever you want to do. I can't tell you who to sock it to. I can't tell you who to screw, who to have sex, who to make love with, too. And then they came out with this perfume called Ajali. And the commercial used to say, I can bring home the bacon, fry it up in a pan, and never, ever, ever let you forget you're a man, because I'm a woman. Ajali. Basically, it was saying, I can bring home the bacon. I can go out and work and slave and hunt and bring home the bacon and fry it up in a pan. And after I've worked all day, serve the food and cook, fry it up in a pan, and never ever let you forget you a man. And I can make love to you and take care of all your sexual, physical, mental, and emotional needs as a man, because I'm a woman. I can do it all. I can have it all. This perfume represents all that. So that got into the mentality of the women growing up at my age in the 70s. And we started feeling like this was empowerment to have sexual equality with men. It's not empowerment. Then you had these commercials that I think it was Newport or some kind of cigarette commercial. the woman would be smoking a cigarette on a commercial. Because when I go to my grandma's house, I used to watch TV sometimes if she was cooking or she wasn't necessarily laser focused on what we were doing. So the commercials would come on doing cartoon. I bring that up because at my mama's house, we didn't watch TV. My mama didn't play that. So there was this cigarette commercial, and my grandma was real strict too, but she'd be busy. It was a cigarette commercial that would come on, and it was on the magazines too, where a woman would be smoking a cigarette and it would say, "We've come a long way, baby." Meaning now we can smoke. We are equal to a man. We can do the same things as men. And what we don't understand and overstand is men smoke and drink because they understand, they have a level of comprehension to know that they have to put their lives on the line for the women and the children. Men used to be drafted into war. Men go to war. Men, my pastor, Bishop Cordery, taught us, men were created for war. They know they have to put their life on the line for their family, their woman, their children, for the community, for the country. So they had to work hard, they had to provide and protect. And they had to fight for their country. So sometimes in order to relax, they would smoke and they would drink, but they also died earlier. And somewhere along the way, we said, oh, I can smoke and drink just like you, and I can have as many sexual partners as you, even though you're the conqueror and conquester, and I'm the receiver, and I'm supposed to be the one that's protected and shielded from the wiles of the world, so I can stay home and raise the children. So now we're starting to try to be equal to a man. Now we're dying just like the man. From cancer, from alcoholism. Now we both dead. Now we're both delirious. So again, men understand, they have a comprehension. They know that they have to put their lives on the line for us. And we don't even care about that. We don't even care what men go through. We don't care that they get shamed for being masculine. We don't care that they're shamed for being conquerors. We don't care that they have to put their lives on the line. We don't care that they have to go to work. Nobody feels any level of pity for a man who has to work 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 hours to take care of his family. And maybe we shouldn't feel any pity, but do you know what that does to him psychologically, emotionally? Do you know the trauma that he goes through? Do you know what it feels like to know you cannot fail, that you cannot look your woman in the eye and say, I can't work, I lost my job, I can't take care of the children? Can you imagine the emotional weight that men go through? And we have the audacity and the nerve to say, I don't need a man, I hate men, I can't stand men. No, baby, you can't stand what you've allowed into your life, because whoever we allow into our lives, it's not just about attraction. It's not just about whomever we attracted, but whoever we attracted and allowed to come into our lives is a representation of who we are. It's a mirror. It's a representation of how we see ourselves. Because what happens is we start having sex too young to people that are not our husbands, and we start having too much sex with too many different people, too many different men who haven't come into their manhood yet. And this is why once upon a time, the young women married older men once they became men, once they went through rites of passages to prove themselves, once they became accomplished. But now we even shame older men for wanting a younger woman to take care of and to give him children. So I know I went on a tangent, but if you don't get anything else out of what I said, I want you to understand, men and women are different. Men give, women receive. You're not the same. So the whole, I can do the same thing as a man can do, has not served us at all. It has hurt our families. It has hurt our communities. It has hurt society. Now, maybe at some level, I'm not sure, I'm just now studying feminism in detail. Maybe at some level they had it, they started it so that women can vote and all this. And some people say there was some good to it. I don't know, I question that. Because one thing I know about the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and those bloodline families that came up with feminism, who created it, is they would do things slowly, little by little, so that we can receive it. And then they'll turn it into something completely out of control. Well, now there's no family. Now the woman is independent and she doesn't need a man. She can do everything by herself, and she can act like a man. She can think like a man. She can have as many sexual partners like a man. But your body as a woman is not designed like a man. Your body is not designed to go outside the home and work 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 hours a week, excuse me. You might do it for a short period, but at some point, your body's going to break down. And this is why we see mental health issues. We see a lot of issues with female reproductive organs, because we're taking on too much stress. You're not a man. And then once upon a time, you used to be grateful to not be a man. You used to be happy to be a lady and act like a lady, to be feminine, to be the opposite of a man. And Douglas can chime in, I hope he does, on this. No man wants to come home after dealing with the world all day and compete with his wife, deal with an aggressive wife, deal with the exact image of who he is as a man. No man wants that.
Yeah. Yeah, I did want to touch on some of the points that you had made. And on this particular point, that a man doesn't want to, after being out in the world, which is harsh. The world is harsh. I don't know. A lot of people, or maybe, I don't know if it seems like a lot of people think that the world should work as some type of paradise, and that perhaps that we are in some type of quasi paradise, and that or something that's not reality. Reality is the world is difficult. We're here and it's suffering. Every religious text will talk about life as suffering, whether it's even when you go into Buddhism, it talks about the suffering. Even when our language tells you that life is suffering. When we greet each other in the early part of the day, we say good morning, where it's mournful. People die. It's so sad. It's horrible. People get hurt. People get harmed. It's horrible. But good morning. Good. This is a difficult life. And as a man, we are made to take the brunt of this. We're made to help ease the difficulty. We die before the women. Literally, we die before the women, and we choose to die before we allow. Before we allow a woman to die. You understand what I'm saying? I will give my life for a woman. I will certainly give my life for my mother, my sister, my daughter. Certainly, I would even give my life for a woman that I don't know. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not because I'm like I want to just go find a woman to go die for. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying, like, if there's an issue, we're on the Titanic, right? And there's only so much space on the escape boat, whatever you call that the smaller boat that will allow people to get on. What am I going to do as a man? I'm going to say, look, allow the woman to get on. Allow the woman to get on, and you know what? I will perish here in the frigid cold with a horrible death, or I will go into the fire to save a woman. Do you understand? I might not do that for every person, but this is the mentality of a man. This is what we do. And what do? We go out there and we deal with, let's talk about as Americans. We have people here that are here to conquer us, right? And they conquer us. And what does conquer look like? It's painful. It's terrible. It's terrible to have to go work for a people who I know are here to conquer me. I know they're here to kill my people. That's a horrible thing to do. I don't want to go and work for them, but I go and I do that. And then I have to come home after dealing with that, after dealing with near death every freaking day, come home to a wife who wants to give me the same type of experience that I've experienced out in this harsh world. That's not something I would like. That's not something I would like to deal with. I don't want to deal with a woman with so much. What would they call it? They'll say, "Oh, you got to be a strong woman to deal with me." No, you have to be a strong man to deal with me. Oh, because my mouth is bad, or oh, because I'm going to disagree with you and give you my opinion, and oh, I'm going to work just like you work, and I'm going to give you some house chores, and no, I'm going to tell you what to do. And I mean, no, that's not what I want to deal with. That's not that is not what I intend for my life. Life is difficult enough, and my job is to make things easier for myself and easier for my family. So, but I also wanted to touch on uh, what you were saying before, and this comment. He says that we can cause each other to sin sometimes, and I do understand that sentiment. We can definitely encourage each other to do something that is not what's desired in society.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so then putting a grown man in the house with a young a young girl who is at procreation age is only asking for problems. It's why would you put a man in that situation? And the girl, women are attracted to men are attracted to women. There is going to be attraction, there is going to be sexual attraction. That's what the attraction, that's the type of attraction a man and a woman has to each other. Sexual attraction. And so why you don't put yourself in that situation? That's why we divided the sexes, as you mentioned before. Whenever you go to a mosque, they have the men on this side, they have the women on that side. Before this feminism wave that came through, we had the young women. Well, let's say before we had invaders coming to America and force us into certain behaviors, before other cultures came to America, the way we Americans behaved is that we didn't allow our females to interact with the males until it was time for marriage. As in, no, you're not going around talking to John. Don't go out. No, you're not going to go hang out with those boys. No. A whole bunch of conversation. No. Why are you talking to him? Because like I said before, men specialize in convincing women to have sex. That's what we like. I'm telling you, from a young boy, that's the whole thing that we're trying to figure out. That's like the most important thing in life for a man. Like seriously, like they say that sex is the number one motivator of life. It's the number one motivator of humans. Sex is the number one motivator of humans. Sex is the number one motivator of animals. Sex is the number one motivator of life. That's what motivates us to do the things we do. And we have to understand that. And I just want to make it clear. There's a reason why we separated males and females, and we need to get back to that. We need to get back to not having boys and girls in the same school, having class together. Because you know what they're doing? That's why you don't have any virgins. You have very few virgins anymore. That's why, because you're putting 13, 14 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old children together of opposite gender. And then they end up finding ways to have sex because sex is the number one motivator of life. And we need to stop putting women in the workspace of men because they're going to find out how to have sex with each other. Sex is the number one motivator. And so that's one thing I wanted to touch on. And then I wanted to hit some of these comments, if you don't mind, just so we can see what people were saying. Okay, let's see.
While you're doing that, Doug, I work in the schools. So I see the sexes interacting together and they are having sex. They talk about it, how they're having sex with each other. And I hear the boys talking about which girls they can trust and they can't, be based on the girl's body count. That's where I learned the word body. I didn't even know what a body count was. I thought that meant murking somebody, deleting somebody. And it was the young people, the high school children that said, no, a body count means all the people you made it with or had sex with. So definitely them being together. They're hugging all on each other. They're kissing in the halls, holding hands. Some of them having sex in the bathrooms, underneath the stairs. Parents have no idea all the things that's going on before school, during school, and after school. We need to separate the sexes.
One girl told me that every morning, her boyfriend before me, that every morning that she would have sex with this boy right before they got on the bus. I'm like, every morning? Well, goodbye, golly. But you know, that's what they're doing in high school and in middle school.
Middle school.
Oftentimes.
They're doing it on the bus. Didn't a bus driver just tell you that?
A bus driver told me that they're giving each other fellatio on the bus. They're sitting on each other, having intercourse on the bus. Yes, this is what males and females do when they get together. That's why we should, as understanding the nature of people and of life, understanding the nature of animals and humans, we need to put safeguards to protect ourselves from each other, protect our society, help make our society a strong society again. Because there was a point in time that we were a moral people. There was a point in time where children weren't having sex with each other. You know, there was a point in time where there were virgins. You know.
Yes.
That used to exist.
It used to be a thing. Ashar said they're having sex at the YPU meetings and, you know, the church conventions too. Thank you, Ashar. I know Lady Diane Wilson. You said that was your pastor. Yes, I have a lot of respect for that family and for your church. Yeah, at the church meetings. Winchester, Kentucky. Yes. That's we have to. They're having sex at church conventions, and it's because it's our nature, like Douglas is saying, as human beings, to be sexual. And when you put the female and the males together, they're going to have sex. They're going to find a way to mate and procreate. So we have to have safeguards in place in order to do it in a structured and ordered manner. Sorry, Doug, you said you wanted to get some more comments.
I didn't mean to distract you as I was pulling those up.
No, you're fine.
Yes. Okay. So to the comments, Miss Bianca said, hope we never have to get a divorce. Yeah, I pray for that too. I pray that yes, that's not what happens. He said, "Sing, sister." I don't know. Y'all want to hear me sing too? I might rap for you. I don't know.
Thank you. What does can mean? I've seen them say that KAN. What's that mean?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Somebody explain that. Someone explain that.
Oh, that's Bianca. I'm sorry, I said that.
Yeah. Okay, so the women's movement. You were talking about feminism. That perhaps there was some good in it. Perhaps there was, but when I'm listening to other content creators talk about feminism, they go into, according to the research that they've shared, that even the start of feminism was to destroy the family, even from the very beginning. And then, as you know, with these secret societies, these Freemasonic communities, you know, that they do things to where they have blood oaths. So first off, they have blood oaths. That means that if one of their members tells a certain secret, they are under a oath, an agreement, agreeing to be murdered, killed, deleted, whatever the censored word I can use, by their group. Do you understand what I'm saying? They promise to never reveal certain secrets, and if they do reveal that secret, that they will submit to being eliminated by their own group. And this is the society that runs the world. This is the evil society that runs the world. That the whole, you know, that has all these, that is making our society promiscuous, to where men and women are having a hard time mating and staying married and raising children in a healthy environment. It's these groups that are causing the destruction. And so, and they do things systematically over a period of time. And they'll do great evils, great atrocities, great evils, and they'll do it over a period of time. The whole plan was for the atrocity, and they will spread it out over generations. But everybody keep the secret. Generations.
Yes.
Oh, it's horrible. But from we're going to have to do some more research into feminism and the start of it.
Okay.
And yeah,
Okay.
it's very interesting. And from the very start, from what I'm hearing, the very start was to destroy the family. The whole the plan was for it to get to where it is. The plan was for this result that we have. Like they so like, you know, if you have an idea to build a car, from the beginning, your idea is to build a car. Once you start building the car, you don't accidentally build a boat, right?
Right.
When they started this, they knew what the end outcome was. You know, so there's that. So I just
it's the art of war.
I'm sorry.
It's the art of war. It's the art of war. So
Yeah.
people say, well, they had to send women into work because they send men off to war. Well, why were they sending men off to war? Minding other people's businesses in other countries. That was a whole plan. Send the men off to war. They knew what they were going to do. Leave the women unprotected. Now there's no women at home that are protected. We've drafted all these men to go to war to fight in a battle that had nothing to do with us. Meddling in other countries' affairs. You leave the women unshielded and unprotected, then you tell them, oh, golly gee, you don't have a husband at home. Now you have to work to support your family. So, now we got a right to work. Yes. Or we have to work. However you look at it, it was a plan, a plot. So now the women are working. Now you want, when the men come back from war, how you going to submit to your man once you've been working 40 hours a day? It's hard to submit to him after he come home from war. So now you're fighting in the home. He might leave because he's stressed out, or you might leave, and then the government say, oh, don't you worry. We got you. I got welfare for you, food stamps, whatever version of Section 8 they had in the beginning. Oh, yeah, it's to help you because that no good man left you for no reason at all. But nobody talks about the fact that he had a hard time from coming home dealing with war, that he actually saw his friends deleted, that he came to an acknowledged recognition that the government played him and sent him to fight in another country, meddling in another man's business and affairs, being in a war that he shouldn't have been in. Now, or maybe now he's got to come back with a missing leg or trauma from seeing his brothers deleted and taken out of here, and the government lied to him. So now he got to deal with this, and now he's coming home to a woman that's disagreeable, or maybe she was sleeping with another man because he was gone to war. Oh, it was a plot. Oh, but don't you worry, just get a divorce. And I'm not shaming either side. I'm just telling you that somebody was pulling the puppet strings. So she gets divorced. Now she gets food stamps, welfare, whatever benefits. So now, she got government assistance without her man. And then maybe her man tries to come back and reconcile because he loves his wife and he doesn't want to leave his children. But the government is saying, oh, no, you can't have a man in the house if you're going to receive our benefits. So what's she going to do? Now, those of us that if you threw your husband out for the government's benefits, you got to take accountability for that. I wasn't there. I can't judge whether or not you should or should not. But I'm saying it was a plan. So now they're going through all your stuff. They're coming home. They send agents to people's home to tear up the sheets and look through the mail to see if your husband was home. So now he's out of the home so that you can get the benefits. Because he don't want to put you and the children in a bad place. So he leaves the home. But now both of you're uncovered as a woman. Now you can get another man to come in the house to tip in to have sex with you. The husband's out because the government said he can't be there. So now he fell in love with Sally down the street and made babies. Oh, but now in your mind, he's just a no good N-word, no good Negro, a no good John, a no good Matthew or whatever. So here we are today. But at the end of the day, what they wanted to do was destroy the family. And now that you're on the government benefits, then what does Uncle Sam do? He said, oh yeah, I gave you some benefits for free. But guess what? Now you got to go to work for some of them benefits. You got to work 20 hours a week. But don't worry, we got daycare centers for you, for your children. We got nice daycare centers full of strangers. Oh no, don't have grandma to come help you, because grandma's too controlling. Your elders, you know, those little old people, just send them away to a old people's home. Or here's one better. If you want benefits in another state that's right next to you, hey, why don't you just move away from your elders in your community and I give you better benefits? Oh, but you're still gonna have to work part-time. Oh, but that's okay. Your kids will be in school and daycare raised up by these strangers. And you know, when they come home, we have this thing called latchkey children. Oh, it's okay. Just get them a key made and let them wear it around their neck. And then they can come home before you get off work and they can let themselves in. And they can sit in front of the television and let my programming in a television program that comes on tell them to have sex, to smoke, to drink, and to not listen to their parents. Oh, aren't we such a good government? But you don't have any idea because you're working. And what is the programming telling them? You don't know if you're a man or a woman. You don't know if you're male or female. You need to start having sex young. We got condoms. It doesn't worry. You won't get her pregnant. We got condoms. We got all kind of birth control methods, pull out method, contraceptive method, condom method. Oh, you can have sex as much as you want. And hey, a whole nother generation comes along. You don't know if you're a man or a woman. You can have gender assignment surgery. And if your parents disagree, we'll just lock them up and ship you off. And we'll bring the CPS worker to do it. You were right, Doug. They started, but see how they did it? Now here we are. Children don't know if they're male or female. They're getting their parents getting their kids taken away from them. Children being molested in the schools, in all these foster homes. And it all started with sending a man off to war because we had conquerors over here and leaving a woman vulnerable and uncovered. And here we are today saying, I don't need that Negro. I don't want that man. He's my enemy and my adversary. And we don't even realize we've been played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was pre-planned. Again, again, you don't start off with the idea to build a building, build a house, and actually accidentally build a spaceship. You know, it's, you know, they started off building what the end result is. They started this whole concept of feminism was in order to get us to this level of chaos that we are currently at, and to get us, as you were mentioning, to get our children to mutilate their genitals, to castrate themselves, to get our men to castrate themselves. So now that they can't have children, to get our young girls to say that they'd rather be with a woman than with a man, and now they don't procreate, or if they do procreate, they're going to cause a whole bunch of confusion with that next generation. They're going to turn their boys into homosexuals. Now the boys won't procreate. Do you understand that all this was designed, or tell people that they can be the opposite gender? They're even talking the most crazy thing. Even, you know, different species. You can do. They got us to this level of we don't know. We don't understand. We don't even understand that there's two genders. I can't even remember the number of genders that people are being taught that there are. I can't remember, but in school I forgot this. One of these kids were telling me how many genders they were taught that there are, and I'm like, it's not that you're stupid, but it's that somebody has intentionally given you the incorrect information. And there's literally two genders. There's a man and there's a woman. There's a male and there's a female. That's still just, that's two genders. A male has a penis, a female has a vagina. and it never changes. It doesn't matter in the beginning of time if there's a such thing when men wasn't. If there was a such thing when men first got here, men and women first got here, we were men and women.
Hmm.
And if men and women ever leave the planet, the last people are still going to be a man and a woman, and there's not going to be other genders. Is all life has
Hmm.
two genders.
Two.
Two genders. It's really interesting. I wanted to I wanted to I wanted to speak about for men some of the. I wanted to speak on how to choose a woman, how to choose a wife. I wanted to speak on that real quickly. I wanted to touch a few topics. So on that one, I'll say you want to choose a wife who will obey you, who will be submissive to you, right? That's one thing. You want to choose a wife who has had preferably few sex partners, or a virgin. A virgin is going to be your most optimal option, to where that's the greatest chance of success, is if you marry a virgin. But if you marry somebody who is not a virgin, just understand that there's a higher likelihood of the relationship not succeeding. It doesn't mean it won't succeed, but this is something you do have to consider. So if she's not a virgin, you still want to get close to her being closer to a virgin than not being that. If you get there's women that have more than 100 people they've had sexual experience with, and that's tremendous. But you can imagine that it'd be really difficult. If you're a man, you can imagine it'd be really difficult to be able to stay in a relationship with a woman who has had that many sex partners. And then so from 0 to 100, right, or to 200, you can imagine the closer you get to 200, to however many the maximum amount of people a woman can have sex with, the harder the relationship is. The closer you can get to a virgin, the easier the relationship's going to be. So that's one thing to consider. The other thing to consider is that a woman with tattoos has a certain mentality. It takes a certain mentality to mark your body and harm yourself in that way, or to mar your body like that. It takes a certain mentality. I'm not saying I've dated women with tattoos. I will date a woman with tattoos. Excuse me. I did say that dating is incorrect, but I will date a woman with tattoos. I could even marry a woman with tattoos. I could, but it would be preferable to marry a woman without tattoos, because there's a certain personality that will get a tattoo, and with personality traits, you have behavioral traits and tendencies and actual behavior that occurs. So that's something to consider. Another thing I'm not saying that you shouldn't get with a woman with tattoos. Women with tattoos are fine women. I'm telling you, just be
I pray
considerate.
to God you don't bring them home to me. Sorry, I'm a mother. I'm gonna be looking at her sideways.
Yes. So men, be considerate. Consider these things. And another thing is, if she's listening to a certain type of music, if she's listening to like some of these new artists that are out, like this one woman who calls herself Sexy Red, if she's listening to that, I would be very concerned. I would say, I mean, come on now. If the people listen to the music, they listen to music that resonates with them. So when I was listening to, what's that guy's name? Lil Wayne, he called himself. When I was listening to him, it's because I resonated with that music. And I started behaving in ways that he spoke about. Do you know all these other songs that I listened to? I started behaving in ways that I didn't think that that's the way I should behave, but I started behaving in the ways that the songs were telling me to behave, or the songs said that they behave. And the women are the same. We are susceptible to instruction. If I tell you, you ever played Simon Says, come here, Simon Says come. If you go now, just understand the psychology that people do what they're told, and you have to actually stop yourself from doing what you're told. If you tell a child come, the child will come to you, or at least start to come to you, and then have to stop themselves from obeying the order. You tell a human the same thing, they will start to do it, and there's something in their head that has to tell them, no, I'm not going to listen to that person. But first, you start to do it. You can even think when somebody's on drugs, when their inhibitions are suppressed, when that that thing inside of you that stops you is now suppressed. When a woman, a person has drank a whole lot, or a person is under the influence of a certain drug, that you can tell that person to do X, Y, and Z, and the person does it, because it's part of our psychology to do what we are told, and it's actually something. It's something that we have to actively do to disobey an order. Do you understand what I'm saying? To disobey an instruction that's been given. If there's a song that's telling you to kill somebody, then the first thing is that you're in the process of obeying the order. And then you have to tell yourself to stop. No, don't do that. No, don't do that. Kill bad. Don't do that. Don't do this. They're telling you to go have sex with another man's woman. You understand that that's what this music is saying? Go have sex with another man's woman. You have to stop yourself. No, don't do that. Man will kill me. Don't do that. Can't have sex with another man's woman. These songs are telling these women to have multiple sex partners. I'm on telling women to allow themselves to have trains run on them. Okay. Oh, okay. No. Oh, no. Bad girl. Don't do that. I don't want to be a bad girl. Don't have sex with that person. No, I don't want to be a bad girl. No, don't drink. No, I don't want to. Don't party. No. Don't be free. No. I don't want to be a bad girl. I want to be a good girl. My point is, right, that if they're getting instruction in their music to do the things that you disagree with, then you should not, or you should be very careful about dealing with that individual. It's particularly for marriage, because the point of getting married is to stay married, and to raise a strong and healthy children, and a strong and healthy family, and to build a strong and healthy society. And so you need to be careful about what the woman is listening to that you're interested in getting married to. A woman of a certain age. So the older she is, the more likelihood that she's had multiple sex partners. That's one thing. You need to consider that. You want to get closer to 18. This is what I'm saying, and I'm very strong on this. Because okay, if by 18 few women are virgins, even fewer are virgins at 19. Even fewer are virgins at 20 or 30. Do you understand? How many sex partners are they going? They're going to. You only can multiply the amount of sex partners that you've had, right? There's no subtracting. So that's one thing to consider, is the age of the woman. But I'm not now. I will say, women, all our women need to be married. So the women of all the ages are going to have to get married. This is to build a strong, or the majority of our women are going to have to get married to build a strong society. But what I'm saying is, a man still has to be very considerate of this when you're choosing a wife, particularly when you're choosing your first wife, if we choose to be a society that has multiple wives. Now, the other thing is that now, if you choose a woman who is 30 or above, now they're starting to have more risk when they start having children. They can have fewer children, right? Because there's a time limit for women to have children. You have to consider this. So there's at 35 is considered a geriatric pregnancy, in that there's a high risk for the woman to die and a high risk for the child to die. Yes, a woman can have children at 35 or 40 or 42. Yes. But then but the quality of egg has changed. The amount of eggs have decreased. And these are some concerns. These are some concerns that you just need to be aware of, or that you need to consider. What else do we have? A woman who has her father involved in her life is going to be a better option than a woman who does not have her father involved in her life. A woman who comes from a marriage is going to be a better option. And when I say a better option, I'm saying there's a higher likelihood that you're going to be able to make that relationship work. So I just want to go ahead and give these pointers to men so that we understand, hey, there's a way that we can choose to be in the most optimal relationship, and use the statistics. Use the statistics in our benefit. They're on the internet. Type it in the internet. I'm not making this stuff up. Type it in and follow the statistics. And the thing is, and if you can always choose to look over one thing, or just understand there will be consequences. Understand that, but also understand that but we still need to marry off our women, right? So you may marry a woman at 39. 39, 29. You may marry a woman at 60. You may marry a woman at any of these ages, but you just know what all the statistics are, and what the likelihood of that relationship continuing. Marry a woman who's younger than you. Don't marry a woman who's older than you. A woman who's older than you will push you around, and will subject you to her, and that's not the correct way to have that. That won't be the most productive relationship. You want to marry a woman who is younger than you are, so that you can lead the relationship. And this is important. As a man, you need to lead, because you are the one who's going to make the logical decisions. And that's another thing. We have to know that men are more logical than women. And this isn't something I made up. Google it. It's like, I found this out because people were telling me. You understand what I'm saying? Men are more logical. And then, so if you're the logical individual, you have to be the leader. I mentioned it before, as we were speaking, that when you go to build a car, you have to use logic to build the car. If you don't use logic, more than likely that car will not operate, right? When you build the car, you have to build it logically, right? So this piece goes there because then it functions. But if you don't use logic and you're just doing things in the incorrect manner, which is what, if you're not logical, then you're illogical, right? And then look up the definition to understand what that means. It basically means that it won't function correctly if you don't use what we call logic, whatever it is that you're trying to create. And I'm not saying that women can't be logical. I'm saying that men are more logical than women. And this is not something I made up. This is even, this is just what everything I've ever read in my life has said this, and everything I've come across has said this. And I haven't heard or seen anything that refutes what I'm saying. So if there's any statistics or any information that says the opposite of this particular information that I'm saying, please show me. But yeah, so as a man, you need to be the leader because you're the logical person. And that means that you need to set up your relationship so that you can be the leader. So you have to be with a woman who's younger than you are, because a woman who's older than you are is going to control you, and then she won't give you the leadership that you would give the family. She won't give the family the leadership that you would give the family. And these are things that I wanted to touch on as a man, and what do we need to look to find a wife. Another point: have your mother involved, have your father involved. This is families marrying families, like you've mentioned before. This is not just a marriage of two individuals; it's a marriage of families. And so you need to get your family involved with their family. It would be better if you did not have sex with her before marriage. That's optimal, right? That would be the best. And then in general, like I said, it'd be better if you got a virgin, but whatever. It'd be better if you don't have sex with the woman before marriage. And I had to think on all the reasons for that, to give you something more than what I have in my head, but I can give you all the reasons to marry a virgin. But the point of not marrying a woman who's not what I have to think on more is, when a woman is not a virgin, having sex with her before marriage, why that may not be the most optimal choice. I don't have all that information yet, but I think that's the correct thing. I could be wrong. So those were some points I wanted to, those were some important things some things that I wanted to go ahead and share with the men that I have come in my life experience. This is what I've come to understand. If there's something that I'm saying incorrectly, come and tell me what I'm saying incorrectly. But these are the things I wanted to go ahead and share with the men, that from my life experience, from all the study that I have done, this is what I have found. Dr. Pruitt.
That was excellent. Men do have standards, and it's important for men to state their standards and to live by those standards and don't deviate. If you want a virgin and you know a virgin is best for you because that person is going to be more cooperative, and the statistics bear out that virgins have are less likely to divorce, then if that's what you desire, a man should not stop at getting exactly what it is he desires. If you know that you do not want a woman that's, has certain experiences, do not settle for that, because men are the ones who grant access to relationships. Women grant access to sex. We are the ones that say, yes, you may enter my body. You cannot have sex with us unless we say yes, unless you're a wild beast, and we're not even going to bring in that type of aggressive behavior. But we grant access to sex. You grant access to marriage. You're the ones that ask for our hands in marriage, and we need to qualify for that position. Now they try to shame women and say, oh, you're being a pick-me, you're just trying to do whatever it takes to get married. I used to think that they were saying you do whatever it takes to please people, so I didn't understand it. They're like, no, that means a woman is doing whatever it takes to get married, so they try to make her feel bad. If men have standards and keep them up high, women will have to raise up to those standards. Somebody in the comment section said something about they are the prize. I think he was talking about the men. I think that's what he's talking about. You often hear women say, we're the prize, we're the prize. And then one of my friends, who happens to be one of my colleagues, who's a man, he was like, no, we're both the prize. And what I told him was, well, if you want the hand in marriage, we need to start looking at men being the prize, because if it's true that in certain communities there are more women than men, then what that means is whatever is the thing that people can't get a hold of, the whatever is so-called scarce, or is not as what is it called, as in abundance as everything else, typically that has a high value. So if you're thinking about marriageable men who are not at war, men who are not in prison, men who are not homosexual, men who do not participate in the underground economy like gang banging and drug selling, then that leaves a certain pool of men. Now, we do know that the earth is abundant and that God has blessed us with a lot of men. What I'm saying to you is everybody can't share the same man. And we know that right now we're in a war. So a lot of our men are in prison. A lot of our men are confused and doing things they should not be doing. So and most women want a man that's, have all these qualities. Then this man that has all of these high qualities, that's got all this money, that's supposed to have this certain height and supposed to be, such a good man, and he's a provider, protector, he can do all these things. If those men that exist, they have options. They have options, and you're going to have to qualify. So some of us need to actually stop all chasing after the same man, and they call that lowering your standards. No, I call it being realistic. Stop chasing the same men. But secondly, you have to qualify to be a wife, and many of us do not meet the qualifications. So what we'll do is we'll shame you, man, for having standards and say, you should accept the fact that I was a whore, or that I was loose, or that I had experience, however you want to say it, or that I was having fun, that I drank away my teenage years. I had a whole face, as if that's something to brag about. You have to accept that. Men, stop accepting it. Do what Brother Douglas said and say, you know what? I want a chaste woman, a woman that kept her body. I want a modest woman, a woman that dressed well, doesn't reveal all her body. I want a woman that's not trying to look like a man and scar up her body with a whole bunch of tattoos. I want a woman that's agreeable. I will choose a woman that was raised in a 2-parent household. Yes, that eliminates some of us. There'll be somebody that'll take care of those women. But what Douglas is saying is do what's optimal for you. If you start raising a standard, then society will conform, because men want their daughters married off. Women desire to be married. So keep that standard high, and we will rise to the level of your standard.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Men
ma'am.
have standards. Men do have standards. It's just that women just won't comply. And we shame you, unfortunately. And if you say you want a younger woman, all the old biddies that ran roughshod and had a whole bunch of sex and had all these kids by all these different men, they'll try to shame you, because now they're competing with those young women. So they don't want you to teach the young women to be chaste, modest virgins, to not have sex outside of marriage, to not have children outside of their husband. They don't want you to tell those women that, because now that they've made so many mistakes with their lives, they are in a predicament. They're uncovered and unmarried, and they're competing with those women. So that's what's really going on. It's not that they think that you're a child molester because you want a fresh young virgin. No, that's my competition. I got to shame you, and I got to tell her to go out and be a whore and have fun and go see the world and go traveling and have girl trips and drink and party her 20s away, because that's what I did. And I want her to be a fool like me, not literally Dr. Pruitt, because I didn't do that foolishness, but like some of these old biddies. So I need to tell her to do what I did so that she's no longer my competition. Whether you're doing it on a conscious level or a subconscious level, that's what a lot of these women are doing. But there's nothing wrong with marrying a virgin. That's why everybody that's telling you young men to stop wanting a virgin, their grandmothers were married at 16. But you better not say nothing bad about grandma. And she married a man that was 13 years older than her. Don't play with me. So you rather your 18-year-old, now I know legally that child can't get married to 18 unless she has the consent of her parents. You rather your 18-year-old have sex with every Tom, Dick, and Harry in high school, then come out and have sex with the men in the neighborhood after those relationships don't work. Then go off to college and, oh, they having sex in college. I worked in administration. I saw it. They getting them high. They getting them drunk. Or some of them doing it willfully, because now they're away from the covering of their fathers and a watchful eye of the pastor. Because mama thinks some of the stuff is cute. She send these little girls away with whole pants and thought shorts and skirts that come all the way up their thigh. They send them to high school and middle school dressed like that. So now she's having sex with this football player in college, this frat person in college, and if she played sorority, and one of the things they have to do is to let the whole brother fraternity run through them. Oh, that's what she gonna do. So you rather she do all that, then she get 23, and she's had all this sex, maybe a baby or two, wondering where all the good men are, because you didn't teach her to be a chaste woman. You didn't teach her to be a virgin. You didn't teach her that her vagina and her womb was her most prized possession. That's what a man values more than anything. A man doesn't care about your college degrees. He doesn't care that you're a boss babe, that you made all this money, that you own real estate, that you got all this experience, that you traveled the world, that you drank and you can outdrink this person, that you pledged. Who cares? What a man is concerned with is, will you give me children, and can you cooperate? Period. And so that's what we need to be teaching our daughters. And that's what we need to ensure happens, that they stay protected, that they stay chaste, untouched, until the day we marry them off.
Yes. Yes. And I agree. And the reason we're even given this information, the reason we give this information, the reason we are given this information is because we love our women. We want our women to be protected.
Absolutely.
And the reason
Absolutely.
I am saying the things that I am saying is because I absolutely love women, no matter what they've done. There's nothing a woman can do that makes me not love women. There's literally nothing a woman can do to make me not love women. A women can do the most heinous. They could, if a woman murdered 100,000 people, I still love women. There's nothing a woman can do on this earth to make me not love women. And the reason I say the things that I say, it's because I want our women to be protected. And in our society, as Americans, I want our women to be protected. In the entire globe, all women, I want all of the women to be protected. I say this because I really do love women. And every man loves women. Men love women. We love women. Yeah. I wanted to touch on some of these comments. It looks like
Sure.
we had a number come in.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just hitting on a few of these.
You just gonna show them? Are you gonna read any of them, or you just show them?
I don't know if you wanted to read them. I read fine, but you read faster.
Ashar says, bruh, women our age have body counts. They have tats and children and bad credit. I just turned 38, almost 40.
Yeah.
And this is an issue. This is an issue with a lot of our parents. We're sending our daughters off, telling them to go to college and get as many degrees as they can. And then after college, get an advanced degree. And then after that, get this job, and it's a career. And then after that, go travel. And by the time you've done all these things, you're 38, 40. You've had experiences. You've had sex. You might have had a child or two. God forbid, you might have had a couple of abortions. And now you become unmarriageable, or you get yourself in a predicament where you're looking around, wondering where all the men are. Well, a lot of men either get married younger than that, or they don't want somebody that's had all those experiences. Ashar says, where the mind is, the body will follow. Absolutely. Women think emotionally. I see that. That's true. We make decisions based on our emotions. It's just how we were designed. And, that's not a bad thing, because sometimes we're unpredictable. But that unpredictability can come in. What's it called when you do things sometimes like on the fly, not planned, spontaneously? We do things spontaneously based on our emotions. And that can be a good thing. For example, say your husband's been working and he's tired, and he's tired of dealing with the job. He's tired of dealing with all the stress and stuff. And then your unpredictability, or your, what's the word you use? Spontaneity could be, babe, I arranged for us to go on a trip. Don't worry, I got it all covered. I got it all planned. That type of spontaneity. Or, babe, you didn't even know I had a surprise for you when you come home. Spontaneously, I dressed in a maid's outfit. and I'm walking around prancing around in maid's outfit and high heels. I did something spontaneously in order to please you, to get you aroused. So there is a time and a place for spontaneity and being emotional. And sometimes our emotions would be like, you know, babe, you're overthinking this, you know, or babe, you weren't sensitive to this particular situation, so I want you to consider it this way. All I'm saying is we're emotional, but it can't always be trusted, whereas men are rational. And when you bring it together, we balance each other.
Yes, it's certainly a balance.
Once I say my words are smaller because of I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay. Once I lay with her, we become one flesh. So
Beautiful. That's true. That's true. 100%.
Not in this world today. Many of our sisters are motivated to pick a career more than being a wife for a husband.
Yeah, that's true. Now, Douglas worked for, he was a tailor at a bridal shop. And what he saw is other ethnicities, they get married very early, 19 up to like 22. They come in to get married. And they're happy and they're excited.
Yes. And it's disappointing to me that our particular nation of people, the Americans, the people that are often called Black people, it's disappointing to me that, you know, we are against, like, it's almost like we discourage men marrying a young woman, and discourage women marrying young, like just discouraging women marrying. Well, okay, 16, 17, okay, that's the law, right? Okay, I get that. I understand that. I'm not even going to argue. But 18, 19, 20, 21, why would you tell a woman not to get married at that age? 22, 23, 24, why are you telling a woman not to get married at that age? Okay, now you're telling them, 25, 26, you're telling them to wait till they're 27 to get married? Wait until they're 30 to get married? Wait until they're 35 to get married? It's really disappointing, because it's like it's the opposite of what actually works, and it's the opposite of what all the other societies are doing. What we were doing before the invasion, we were doing something that made sense. The women were marrying at young ages so that they can marry as a virgin, and the women were not allowed to have sex outside of marriage. And then the men would marry at an older age than the woman. It doesn't have to be a huge gap, but a lot of times there is a gap. But it's because men at a certain age aren't ready to marry. One, either they're not mentally prepared to marry, they don't have the finances to marry. This is very important. They don't, again, with the mentally ready, they might, they might be too stupid to do it. We don't really, our brains don't really develop until we're 25. They might be too underdeveloped to actually build a family. These are just things that we have to consider. Yes, a man can marry at a young age too, but it's preferable, or it's more optimal for a woman to marry at a young age, and for the man to have some age above hers. Yeah. This next comment, I have a question. Why be disappointed if another woman sees value in your man? Yeah, I think women choose men who other women want. So
that's true.
Yeah, I think I don't know what women think exactly. I don't know what they think, because I'm not a woman. I can observe behavior and then tell you what the behavior is indicative of. But yeah, I would just say women do choose men who other women want.
And then get jealous when you notice that those other women want them. And this is why, like you mentioned before, women shouldn't be in the workplace. Women should not be in the workplace, because anytime you put females and males together, they're going to find a way to have sex. That's why you have cheating and emotional cheating. And these people are so bold and brazen now. They have work husbands and work wives. I wish my husband would come home and say, this is my work wife. Are you kidding me? Like it's a cute thing.
Right.
But we're the ones that's allowing this to happen. Oh, everybody should be equal and we should all work together. Okay, but then you find yourself in a compromising position where you're telling another man your business, and then you end up forming an emotional bond that you should not form, because it can cause problems in your marriage. Or maybe he's doing that with the woman. That's why the sexes need to be separate. And then we get mad when somebody have flings. If you don't want men to have a bunch of sex with a bunch of women, then two things need to happen. You need to close your legs, because we're the ones who grant access to sex. Women, they can't. Back in the day, it was very hard for a man to have sex because the women were chaste. They were taught to be married first. Do you know we wouldn't even, that movie Bridgerton or whatever, where the woman was ashamed to be seen in a court talking to a man? That used to be my life. When we grew up in our community, the way your grandmother raised us, and your Aunt Henny and elect Lady Lattimore, and even the Pastor in Winchester that Asher is talking about, Lady Diane Wilson, you wouldn't be seen talking to the opposite sex out in the parking lot. Are you kidding me? What y'all got to talk about? Where's the pastor? Where are your brothers? Where are your sisters? Where's the community? No, that wasn't allowed. So we need to get back to that, because again, anytime men and women are left alone, they're going to have sex. So we need to stop. We need to close our legs. We keep saying men are out here having sex, but you laying on your back, opening your legs. So you have to take accountability for that. And a lot of us we all need to stay under the covering of our parents or the community. Stay covered. Stop being out in the workforce. Stop traveling and doing all this stuff that men do. What's the purpose of it? I don't get it. What's the purpose of it? Why are we traveling alone? Why can't you travel with your church, your community, your mosque, your husband, your father? Because what's going to happen is you might find yourself in a compromising position, because as my son said, men are experts at getting your panties off, because from a biological standpoint, they're trying to spread their seed. Right or wrong, whatever you want to call it, morality, yada, yada. We're talking about biology, extending the species. So that's what men do. They conquer, they dominate, they find a way to have sex. So why are you running around here unprotected? Why are you traveling alone? Why are you dating instead of being courted for marriage? Why are you dating at a man's house? Why are you going to his house? He's going to talk you into sex. Why are you going to a hotel? Somebody help me understand. And then you end up maybe taken advantage of, mistreated. You might end up having sex and feeling like you should just because you're in the room. You might not even want to do it. Or you might allow yourself to drink and become inebriated. Stop it. Stay covered. Stay under the covering and protection of your father, your community, your pastor, your grandparents, some form of protection, and you won't allow yourself to be subject to have sex before you're ready or before you're married. And my God, I don't understand why you don't want to stay home and raise your children, because that's who men are having sex with, the people at work. Okay, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We all need to do better. He said.
Right.
Hey, Sister Octavia. That's Octavia from home from Louisville.
Yes,
hey,
yes.
Sister, I love
Yeah,
you.
how you doing?
I can't read. Can you read that?
Yeah. Sometimes it's the parents telling them not to marry at that age. Yeah.
Yeah,
Some
true.
parents and others feel like both parties should be focused on college and making a life for themselves and seeing the world.
That's true.
Yeah. And
That's true.
and now what happens though if I agree, it's almost always the parents who are telling their daughters not to get married young. And well,
Yeah.
so then what are you telling your daughters to do? You're telling your daughters to be Promiscuous.
Mm.
That's the only other option. There's not there's It's two options. Two options. You're going to get married or you're going to be promiscuous, right? So if you're telling your daughter not to get married, then you're telling her to have a whole lot of sex partners. And then you're also telling your daughter to have, whenever she does attempt to get married, to have the most difficult time that she could possibly have, because you told her to have multiple sex partners, you know. So yeah, the parents, men and women, actually right now, but more so the mother is giving bad advice to the daughters.
Yeah.
Now
And we're learning, we made a lot of mistakes doing that. We're learning now and trying to clean up from the mistakes that we made, saying, go see the world, go experience life, go on and focus on your career and your education. And we were wrong. You know, maybe some people should, but I'm saying overall, for the most part, we were setting our daughters up for failure. And so now what we're trying to do is fix that however we can. But now we have to teach them how to be feminine. Now, I mean, I'm not that they're not feminine, but we have to teach them to tone that down. Because when you lead with your experiences and your education, you're turning a man off, because a man's nature is to provide for you and protect you, to show you new things, to lead the household, to show you a vision so that you can create generational wealth. That's what's his desire to do. That's built in him. But if you've had all these experiences, it's hard to tone that down. Now we have to go back and teach our daughters, tone that down. Don't lead with that. That turns him off. He's not concerned about your degrees. He doesn't want to hear about your experiences, because if you've traveled the world, you've had sex with some of those people. Whether you have or not, that's what's in my mind as a man. So now we got to backtrack and tell women to tone that down, and that becomes difficult. And now we got to get our women counseling, because they've had a lot of failed relationships, or they've been scarred or disappointed because maybe the man that they were with or men that they chose weren't prepared for marriage. Disappointment takes healing. And since we've made those mistakes, some of us as elders, we're trying to save the young women from going that route. If you choose to go to college, then at least do like Becky and Sue Ling and Sister Anna Majara. They go to college and they're looking for a husband. They're getting educated, but they're also hanging around the engineering department or hanging around the science building to see, so that they can be chosen by, seen by, and chosen by the men. So now we're trying to, or we're saying we're not sending our daughters to college. You're going to say we're going to homeschool our children. And if you want a college education, you're going to go right from your bedroom in my house, go to take that class and come straight back. Or you're going to learn, now we have online learning. You can get your degree right in my home where I can protect you. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Douglas.
Yes. I wanted to also give women advice as to how to choose a husband and how to get married at whatever stage that they're at in life.
Okay.
So I'm not a woman. I am a man, and I will be the one who's choosing the husband for my daughter. And then so ultimately you need your father to choose your husband. That's number one, first, foremost, and almost final. But as Dr. Pruitt has mentioned several times, if your father's not available for whatever reason, then your uncles is next in line. And then so you're absolutely fine. Your uncles are next in line to choose your husband. If not your uncles, your pastors are next in line, or your grandfather if he's alive. But then your pastors or your spiritual leader, and then be cautious be cautious with the pastor's advice, because now the pastor may advise you on some conceived spiritual level that doesn't take into account the reality of the world. That's, you really have to consider that. The Bible is a pretty good book. The Quran is a pretty good book. The different writings that are in the, what do you call this, Buddhist concepts, those are pretty good books. The religious texts that I've read, they're decent books, but understand there are some fallacies in the books also, and there are some fallacies of thought that can develop from that. So I would just be I would just be cautious when it's your spiritual leader giving you guidance, because there are some fallacies that in thought that can be transferred in there, or excuse me, can be conveyed to you. And so just be careful. And you may not
Can I
agree with
interject there?
that. Yes, ma'am, please.
It's not that I don't agree. It's just that having, at least from the biblical standpoint, having studied it and read it at length, from what I see in terms of guidance for marriage, I think the Bible does a phenomenal job teaching structure, and order, and gender roles. I think it does a phenomenal job. Now, there are some things, where you might kind of read into sexism there, but you have to take in consideration the times in which the Bible were written and the times in which we live now. So I agree with you. Anytime somebody's giving you instruction, you should use some level of discernment. Another thing about men that are not related to you giving you advice, you have to have some level of discernment and include your family members, because while most pastors and spiritual leaders are good people, you still have some that they're still men. So they're going to protect you, but some of them want to keep a lot of the women under their covering and protection, because the women are the ones that support the community. So I'm not, that's not a bad thing. I'm just saying, so you have to have your pastor, your spiritual leader to cover you and to examine the head of that man. But it's also good to have somebody that's doing it, that's your bloodline.
Yeah. Oh, and to that point, that okay, now what's the pastor's thought process in marrying off women? Okay, well, he has to consider, well, if the woman gets married to a man, the man is likely to take the woman away from me, because he doesn't want the man, the husband doesn't want the possibility of that woman sleeping with another man, or even being enamored with another man, being under the leadership of another man. That's something that the pastor has to consider, and something he's going to act on, whether he'd like to or not. And it's just something to consider. It's best.
Yeah, people are still human,
Yeah. It's not that the person is necessarily trying to be a bad person, like the man. But again, men are men. Men are men in the bottom of the ocean or on top of land.
But you still need it. You still need a man. You need that covering. And if you don't have it in your family, you need to have a spirit. That vetting should come from a spiritual head. Because if the women were doing a good job of it, we wouldn't be in a predicament in our community that we're in. Obviously, we're doing a very bad job of making certain decisions. And even if you make a good decision on a mate, a woman will act on emotion. I've been there and say, oh, I got mad, or oh, this isn't going right, I'm gonna leave. Well, you need a man to bring that rational advice and say, and this is something that our pastor taught us, Sister Octavia, is you have to consider there are three entities in a relationship. In a marriage, it's the man, the woman, and the relationship. Oh, I got chills just saying that. So sometimes women can get emotional, and sometimes men, might not see things clearly, but men usually don't leave the relationship. It's usually the women. 80% of the marriages are filed by the woman. 80% or so of divorces are filed by the female. So if a woman gets emotional, she might only be considering her, but it's not just her. is her, her husband, and in a relationship. So what we need to do is to say, okay, this might seem like it's in my best interest to do this, but what's in the best interest of the relationship? So I might leave and decide to do this because it feels good or makes sense in my head, but what about the relationship? What about what you've built? What about the children that's a part of that? What about the union? What about the contract? What about the covenant? So these are the things we have to consider. And this is why you need a spiritual covering and male leadership, a father, an uncle, uncles, grandfather, pastor, what do you call it? The man that's at the
Imam.
mosque?
Imam.
Imam. You need that. Yes, most of them will try their best to be impartial and tell you what the biblical teaching is.
Mhm.
And they will sit down with that man to find out what are your intentions. That's what
Yeah.
men do. That's what you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Doug.
Yeah. Yes. Some other points for a woman in
Okay.
choosing her husband is don't get with a criminal. It is a bad idea to marry a criminal. So if he's eliminated people, as in if he's murdered people, committed that atrocity, that's not a person to get with. If he's selling illicit drugs, if he's selling drugs, that's not a person to marry. If he's robbing people, that's not a person to marry. So those, and there's other criminal behavior, and you don't marry a man that has criminal behavior. Now I understand that people will do their best to reform and to correct the wrongs that they have committed in the past, and that is an excellent thing for a person to do, is to do their best to reform and do their best to try to fix past mistakes. But again, a person is the person that they have always been. And they say that, I don't know if it's 3 years old that we are the person we are, or 7 years old that we are the person we are. So, we don't change. We don't deviate from the personality that we develop. And so that's something important to understand. So even ex-criminals, you need to be very cautious of marrying an ex-criminal, because they still have the criminal mentality. And for the men who are doing their best to reform themselves, that is excellent. But women should be very cautious and understanding of human psychology, human behavior, and the consequences that can come with marrying a person who is engaged in criminal activity. A woman should marry a man who is older than she is, because again, the man needs to lead the relationship. And if the woman is older than the man is, even when the woman may not be trying to dominate the man, she's going to dominate the man. And this ends up being an imbalance in the relationship, and it makes the man feel less of a man. He's being punked. His masculinity is being, what do you call this quote? There's this word that means it's
Squelch.
yes. It's you're putting out that flame, and you don't want to do that to a man. It really harms a man for that to be done to him.
To be emasculated.
To be emasculated. That is the word. You don't want to emasculate a man. It's very harmful to him, and then it's going to make him be harmful to other people once he's emasculated. So there's that. Marry a man who's older than you are. Marry a man. Most importantly, marry a man who's ready to get married. And be with a man that's ready to be married. Don't date a man that's not ready to be married. This is the biggest mistake that I see women make, is that they're dating, they're having fun, they're having sex partners, they're enjoying the time, enjoying life, and enjoying the experience. Um, they're getting into they're engaging with men without the intention of being married, or even when they do have the intention of being married, they're engaged with they're engaged with a man who is not prepared to be married, either mentally or financially or any other way. The man needs to be ready to marry you, and that means that he needs to be he needs to be of a certain age, and then he needs to be guided by other men. You need to be with a man who's guided by other men, and with a man who's not guided by criminals. Again, going back to don't marry a criminal, don't get with a man who's a criminal. A man who's being guided by criminals will be a criminal himself, and so you need to get with a man who's being guided by good men. Those are the big points. I know there's others. But those are the big points. Get with a man who's ready to get married.
And the qualities that she needs to have, thank you, is to be feminine, to be the opposite of what a male nature is. So that means that you're kind. It means that you're agreeable. It means that you're cooperative. It means that you are pleasant. And those characteristics does not make you somebody that is a doormat. That makes you complementary to him. So when you talk about synergizing and working interdependently with each other, then what that means is that you're bringing something that he's not, or you're the other side of God. So he's the masculine expression of God. He's the aggressor, he's the warrior and the conqueror, and you are the feminine expression of God. You are gentle, loving, meek, kind, sweet, soft. Let me tell you something, ladies. Oh my goodness. I don't know if my son's ever witnessed this about how men respond to feminine women. But whenever a man sees a woman that is soft and a woman that's graceful and she's elegant and she's kind, she's generous, and she's just a pleasant person to be around, they will run to open up the door for you. They will treat you well. They will go out of their way to provide for you, to protect you. Even if they don't know you, they'll open up the door for you. They'll pay for your groceries. I mean, they just do all type of things, because when they see a feminine, soft woman, something rises up in them. That masculinity, oh my God, it just kicks up a couple notches in them, and they just want to do everything they can to make that person their woman, to bring them under their covering. So you need to be feminine, and because this is what men desire. All men desire a feminine woman. I have never in my I'm over 50, in my entire life ever heard a man say, I want a hard woman. I want a strong, independent woman. I want a boss bae, a boss chick. I want somebody that's hard and determined. She's got a lot of degrees. She's got a lot of accomplishments. She puts me in my place. I've never heard a man say that. But every man on the planet desires a feminine woman. Why? Because it's in his nature to provide and protect. So you need to be feminine. You need to be submissive. Submissive just means yielding. That's it. It means to yield, to come under the covering of. You know how women submit in sex and get on our back and open the legs? Excuse me for being so graphic, but sometimes people act like they don't know what submission is. You've submitted to that man. You know, allowing a man to enter your body, enter your womb space, the most sacred part of you, that's submission. So why is it that it's very challenging for us to submit to his leadership? And that just means cooperate. Listen to him. When he's talking, close your mouth. It used to be a time the elders would tell the young women, if you are in a disagreement with your husband, or he tells you to do something and you don't like it, or things are heated or whatever, you close your mouth first. So submission means to yield. Why would you not want to yield? You take his last name. That means he's taking ownership over you. You take his last name. You take his seed. You take his semen. Why can't you take his direction? And if it's the type of man, I don't like his direction, he's all, but that's who we chose. This is about accountability. So again, Doug, you gave excellent points. I just wanted to add to that, that women need to have qualities that would make us best suited to be selected by a man for marriage.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
No,
keep yourself up.
Yes.
Keep yourself up. Men are very, very visual. Keep yourself up. That means we want to make sure you have a certain body mass index. It gets harder as we get older. I know, I'm there. You talking about, I've had to work out, fast, run, jog, do exercise like way above what I used to do. But you have to keep your body together, keep yourself in shape, and mind your appearance. So men are visual. They're going to look at you first and see if you fit a certain look. Because every man knows that once we have children, we're going to gain weight, and some of that weight probably won't come off. So make sure you keep yourself looking a certain way. Stay healthy, stay fit, eat well, take care of your skin, take care of your teeth. And this is take care of your hygiene. We're talking about being suitable to be selected to be a mate. And then be cooperative, friendly, agreeable, submissive, sweet, kind, loving, feminine.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to also say, okay, so what can women do if they're not virgins, or if they're at a certain age, or if, wherever they are in life? So some things that I would tell you is to first be mindful of what's on social media. Take off take down the pictures of your bikinis, of women showing their breasts and showing their vagina and just having the covering on it. They call it bikinis. Naked women putting pictures of themselves. It's pornography. And if you look up the definition of pornography, the pictures that I see on Facebook and on Instagram fits the definition of pornography. So now all of our women are now pornographers. And this is an issue. This is a very big issue. And that you are less marriageable as a pornographer. And you need to understand that. And then so you need to take all the pornography off of the internet and discontinue being a pornographer. So stop posting pictures with your bikini and with very little clothing on. Quit posting pictures where you're turned around and you're putting your behind into the camera, so that's the picture, or that's the image. That this is going to make it very difficult for you to marry a man, because a man understands that you're doing that in order to advertise yourself sexually for another man, or actually for the whole world of men. You've become a pornographer. And this is something that you need to consider as you're looking to get married. Take down the pornography, take down the softcore porn, and God forbid you have hardcore porn. Take that down, and discontinue that behavior. Pay attention to the music that you're listening to. That is really important. We men detest these female artists that are currently out. We detest them. When I become the president, I will imprison them. We detest their behavior. And the things that they're saying. And so stop listening to that stuff. A lot of ladies are playing really loud music, and that's what's playing out of their speakers. So don't listen to it yourself, and then two, don't allow other people to know that you're listening to that. Don't play it so loud that other people can hear your music. This is inappropriate, and men will know that you're promiscuous or have the idea to have multiple sex partners. You have that idea in your head. Now you just have to either act on it or don't act on it. Right. So pay attention to the music that you're listening to, and discontinue listening to sexualized music that is telling you to do things that are inappropriate. The other thing is, stop having multiple sex partners. You have the amount of sex partners that you have. We can't change that. We can't subtract it, but we can stop. So then stop your sexual activity and wait till marriage. So wait until marriage to have sex. As a woman, you need to wait till marriage to have sex. And if you're waiting till marriage to have sex, then guess what the men have to do? Right? My brother spent quite a bit of time in Senegal. Dexter, he spent quite a bit of time in Senegal. A number of times he went, and he was telling me, so the women are virgins, right? And because the women are virgins, the men are virgins. Who are the men going to sleep with if the women won't sleep with men before marriage? Right? And we spoke in length, every time he come back from his trips, and explain what was going on in those areas. And I just bring that up to say that if women are not having sex, then the men are not having sex either. So wait until marriage, because you're going to the more sexual partners you have, the more disagreeable you become. The more argumentative you become, the more what women might call opinionated, but it's translated into argumentative. The more argumentative you become, the more of these other men's personalities that you pick up, the more of their semen is inside of you. And this is like, I don't like the idea of semen inside of my woman, someone else's semen inside of my woman. Even all of the animals were created in such a way, the men are created in such a way that we attempt to pull semen out of the woman. The man's phallus has a shape to where it cups. I can't anyway. It when it comes back out, it has this ridge, right, that pulls the semen back out. There's ducts that their penises are coiled, and they're done. It's that way so that when they have sex and it pulls back out, it pulls the semen of another man or another male out of that woman, right? So our bodies are made to stop another man from procreating with that woman, and so you don't want all this semen inside of you from other men. Stop having sex. And even if you're doing it with condoms, which most people aren't, but even if you're doing it with condoms, it's still an exchange. There's people call it a spiritual exchange or some type of energy exchange, but there's a fluid exchange. And what ends up happening is that the man's semen stays inside of the body of the woman, right? Or even with a condom, you get the spermicides inside of the body and all that stuff, and all the toxins. But that but you have even with the condom, you have the imprint of of the penis and the vagina imprinting that penis inside of the woman, and it can't leave her head. You understand? It can never leave her head. So it's always a thought somewhere in her mind. It's always a thought somewhere They call it subconscious. And so and that it never leaves the head. It continues to play forever and ever for the rest of the lifespan of that woman. So you the more sexual engagements you have, the more impressions, literal impressions you have into the vagina, and then so into the mind. But the semen is something else too, right? The semen lives inside of the woman's vagina for several days, and there's studies that say the semen actually the semen carries the genetic code of a man, right? And once that genetic code, the DNA of the man goes into that woman, it never leaves that woman. The DNA becomes part of that woman. The woman becomes part of that man, literally. And this is really important because now you're becoming several men, you know, and your personality has to change, and you don't want that for yourself. You want to be as pure as possible. So it's something to consider. All of the terms that talk about sexuality, all the sexuality terms is referring to a woman. It's all about the purity of a woman. We talk about virginity. The reason why it's so close to vagina is because it's talking about what happens to the vagina. Virginity, vagina, same thing. We're talking about female virginity. When we speak of virginity, we're speaking of female virginity. It's in every text. When we're talking about virginity, that's what we're talking about, female virginity. Virginity refers to the female. The woman has the hymen. She's the only one well, there's only male and female, right? But the woman shows evidence of sexual intercourse because she will lose her hymen. This is something to consider. Please excuse these terms that I'm about to use. So the word slut is referring to a woman. The word whore is referring to a woman. The word hoe is referring to a woman. The hoes of a woman, the entrances of a woman. The word prostitute is referring to a woman. The word hussy is referring to a woman. There's a number of other words, but they're all referring to a woman. And I'm not saying this to be derogatory. I'm saying this to emphasize the value of female purity, the value that we as a human collective have placed on female virginity, female purity, female sexuality. It's the woman's sexuality that matters the most in society. When you can get the women to be promiscuous, you'll end the society. When another society goes to war, when a nation goes to war, one of their goals are to murder the men and to rape the women, or to murder the men and have sex with the women. And before they can get that accomplished, before they can take all the men out and have sex with all the women, they make the women promiscuous. So now with them being promiscuous, it's hard to form families. And when it's hard to form families, there's no control in the society. And the society will crumble, as they might say, or the society will decay. It will go to chaos, and it'll be easier to conquer. So it's not that we necessarily, as people, want to control the women's sexuality in order to harm her. That's not what it is. It's not to harm her. It's to care for her. We are controlling the women's sexuality in order to care for her and the entire society. She's the one that births the children. The children are going to have her as their teacher first. We have to protect her purity. And again, in order to raise a family, you have to have a marriage that works. in order to have a marriage that works, you have to have a pure woman or close to it. And that's what we need to get towards as a society. So I wanted to mention that. But back to what can women do is if you're a virgin, remain a virgin. Virginity is your, aside from your life, virginity is your number one asset, and you don't want to give that up. But if you're no longer a virgin, then that's okay. That's where you are right now. But stop having sex and get married. And now when you get married, the thing is you don't date. We're not dating. You're getting involved with a man to marry him. And then you need to get your courtship.
It's called courtship.
Courtship. But it's not that you need to do a whole bunch of talking to him. You need to get one of your male coverings to help you find the man. And then even when you're engaging with that man, if you're doing a whole lot, if you're doing some conversation back and forth, it needs to be done in a public setting. Like if you're in church, it needs to be done in church, right there with everybody looking at you and listening to what you're talking about. Your father right there beside you. Like seriously, your father needs to be right there beside you. Your mother needs to be there beside you, so that you're not talking about because what the man's going to, as soon as he gets you off to himself, he's going to talk about sex, so that he can convince you to have sex. What are some other pointers that I wanted to give to women? To advertise that you're ready to get married. So then you need to put on your social media that I'm looking to be married. This is how else are you going to give the news out that I'm ready to get married? You need to put that in social media, or you need to join singles groups in your church, and tell your pastor that you're ready to get married. There is value in pastors. I still attend churches. I do. I want people to know that I still attend churches. I attend churches. I attend mosques. I attend Buddhist temples, and I attend other spiritual systems. Their dwellings or their places. Go, if you're whatever spiritual system that you happen to be in. If you're in any of them, you need to tell that leader that you are looking to get married, and join those single groups. And again, you need to advertise that you're trying to get married. That's important. Let people know, or else how would they know? So those are some of the tips I would give to women.
And your elders should be telling people too. So they should be telling people in your community so that they can help each other find a mate for you. So if you're at a wedding, your elders should be telling, the other elders, oh, I have a daughter. She's looking for it. She's at marriage age. I have a son. He's looking for a wife. This is what he wants. This is what he desires. And may I add a couple of things for women who may or may not be virgins, or may be at a certain age, what you can do if you're marriageable?
Yes, please.
I would encourage you to, since a lot of us have had sexual partners, even if you've been married before, you've been with somebody else, to invest in ways to clean out your yoni and your womb. And they have things called a yoni steam. And that's where you take herbs and you put it in, it's like a hot bowl with hot water, and take that steam and let it purify or clean those entities and that semen out of your body. Because as Douglas said, that it might be hard. I don't know if you can get it all out because it becomes a part of you, but you want to at least have good yoni health. Clean that out of you with the yoni steams. Bathe, and you take showers sometimes, but make sure you bathe and study about what you can do to have good hygiene to clean out your yoni. Your yoni is another word for your vagina. Another thing I would recommend, if you've already had sexual partners or children, you're a woman of a certain age, you need to really hone your femininity skills, because the younger you are, the more soft you're going to be because you've had less experiences, you haven't had a lot of sex partners. But if you are of a certain age, you've done things on your own, you've been independent, you've lived on your own, you've taken care of these children by yourself, you've worked, you've done all that, you're going to have to learn how to tone that down and study, literally study how to be submissive. There are books you can read. There are first ladies in your church that are submissive, that are sweet. You might need to come under the, what do they call it? A sisterhood in your church where the mothers of the church and the first lady is teaching women how to be silent, submissive, how to sit, how to respond to your husband. All that matters because men honor and value agreeable women. So you're going to have to hone your femininity skills. You have to learn how to be subject, submissive, cooperative, all that. So you're going to have to work harder than the young 21-year-old at being fit, feminine, and friendly. Fit, keeping your body in shape, keeping it clean, steaming out your yoni, being soft and graceful, learning how to cooperate, learning how to be submissive to a man, and learning how to be feminine or friendly. Another thing I would recommend if you already have children is you're going to have to realize and come talk to your pastor about this or your spiritual leader that your children already have a father. So those children, I mean, Doug, you might have to help me. I know you're not, you've been in a relationship with somebody who have a child.
Mm-hmm.
Most men, I know it's hard because men want to know, like, okay, if I'm taking on another one man's children, I don't want another man around. But those children have a father. They need a relationship with their father. You don't want to bring that anger, that pain, that brokenness into a new marriage, a new relationship. Now, I don't even know how to tell you how to navigate that. That's something that's very challenging. I've been through that. You need counseling, you need coaching, you need help. You need help learning how to navigate being in a blended family situation. It's not optimal. So you need assistance. I would encourage you to find some mentorship, talk to your pastor, get some premarital counseling, get counseling while you're in the relationship, find some mentors who've been through blended family relationships and situations because they can help you. A lot of times, like I said, 80% of those marriages end in divorce, and that's not because either person is a bad person. That's because it's a tough thing to navigate. So please get some mentorship and let those children have a relationship with their father. They already have a father or fathers. The man to which you're married is not their biological father. It's not even fair to put all of that responsibility on a man. I know this because I've experienced it. It's not fair. It's not right. It's not even natural, honestly. But if you're going to do it, you need help. You need coaching. And any woman, especially a woman of a certain age, definitely who's had sexual partners experiences, you need counseling. But most of us need counseling. That means you need to sit down and talk to somebody about any traumas you've been through, any negative experiences, and even celebrate the good experiences. If you can't find a counselor or what they call a therapist, I don't like saying that word because therapist says the rapist. So a counselor, get you a life coach, because a life coach will take you above a counselor. A counselor listens to your problems and let you hear yourself and maybe figure out your own solutions. But the thing I love about life coaching, and I am a certified life coach, is that a life coach will listen to you, but then they'll say, okay, I'm holding you accountable for all these decisions that you've made. I'm holding you accountable for your own life. You are the captain of your own life, and you are responsible for your own healing. So I've heard your issues. I've heard all the things you've been through. Now what's the solution? And then they'll help you set what we call SMART goals or different objectives to meet your overall goal, reach your overall goal. So my overall goal is to be healed from past relationships so that I can enter this new marriage. Okay, that's your overall goal. So we're going to set small goals to achieve that, SMART goals, something that's specific. Okay, every day I'm going to read from the Bible about healing or joy, or every day or every Tuesday I'm going to do a devotional, or every Tuesday I'm going to go walk in the park so I can meditate and be close to God or nature. And once a month, I'm going to fast. So you're specific. SMART goals, be specific. Then they're going to say, okay, now it has to be measurable. It has to be something that we can look at and say, well, you know, it's something that you can do. How are you going to measure it? How are you going to decide? Okay, so it's every Tuesday I'm going to fast. How are you going to measure that? I forget how you measure it. Who's going to measure that? You can say, okay, I will then, who's going to evaluate or measure it? You say, I will then, after I fasted on Tuesday, I will talk to my accountability partner or my prayer partner, and they'll tell me, you know, I'll give an account to them. Or you can say, I'm going to read from a book on how to be a virtuous wife. And then I'm going to talk to my mentor and my accountability partner and let them tell them what I've learned. So specific, measurable, achievable. The goal should be something that you can reach, you can obtain. It's achievable. I'm going to, because I've had a lot of sex partners and I've been molested, I eat a lot, I overeat. Okay, so now I'm going to do something that's achievable. I'm not going to say I'm going to start fasting for 7 to 10 days, because that might not be achievable if I've been overeating. But what I might say is I'm going to give up sweets. For how long? For 30 days. You see, it's achievable. It's something I know I can do. I can obtain it. Specific, measurable, achievable. And R is has to be relative. The goal that you're setting or the objective has to be in alignment with or relate to the issue that you have. So you might say, so it has to relate, it has to be relative. You might say, okay, I've been a disagreeable person in my past, so I'm going to do something to help me. I'm going to study communication skills. I'm going to read about how to communicate. So I'm a good, effective communicator. So it's relative, it relates to the relationship, right? You're not going to say, I'm a disagreeable person, so I'm gonna go and, you know, kind of hang out and party and kick it with my girls and talk to them about my problems. No, that doesn't talk to your girls that you hang out with, kick it with your single independent girls. That's not relative to you're getting married, but you're going to study communication skills, specific, measurable, achievable, relatable or relative, and time tested or time sensitive. So I'm going to give myself 30 days, 3 months before I get married, because you never should have a very long engagement, especially if you're a woman of a certain age. No, even in arranged marriage situations, they don't drag these engagements. They don't even have a such thing as engagement in many cultures. The family picks a husband for you, you get married. But in our society, we do have engagements. You don't want to have a long engagement. So you might say something has to be time sensitive. So I'm going to give myself 30 days to 6 months to get some counseling and to learn some communication skills, to go to some type of sessions where I can learn how to effectively communicate. So that's what I mean by a life coach. A life coach will hold you accountable for your own life and help you write down objectives and achieve them. And they'll they'll cheer you along the way. They serve as your cheerleader and accountability partner. What I love about pastors is that they often operate as an accountability partner or as a life coach. Pastors don't like sitting around here hearing you complain, mumble, whine about your victimization, especially if you have a male pastor. Men don't want to hear all that. All they want to know is about the solution. Another thing you need to do, whether you are over a certain age or you're young, you need to hear from a man what men desire, how men operate. Men solve problems. Point blank, period. When they hear a problem, all they want to know is how we're going to get to the solution. That's just how they're designed. So a life coach or a spiritual leader should be able to take you above the place of a counselor to a whole nother level of helping to prepare you for marriage and to keep that marriage. And this is something that's very important for everybody, but specifically for those of us that have been married or have, if you are a certain age or you've had many sex partners, do all the things that Douglas is saying, but I'm telling you, I'm including this. You need counseling, you need coaching. It can be a certified counselor, it can be a life coach, it can be a spiritual partner, it can be a mentor, but you need to unlearn, to undo and unlearn some of the things that have gotten you in a predicament that you're in. And I think that's it. But don't forget, your children have a father. Your children have fathers. They need relationships with their fathers. And if at all possible, I know it's doable, you're going to have to learn how to all work together for the sanity of the family and for those children. It's going to be challenging, but this is why we talked about what's optimal is you being fresh and young and a virgin getting married. You won't have all these issues and all these things to work through. Now you talk about adding all this extra stuff that's going to take time. And sometimes people get impatient. I have the propensity to get impatient, so I know what I'm talking about. You have to be patient if you are a woman of a certain age, and you have to unlearn all of the stuff you learned being on your own as an independent, strong woman. No man wants an independent, strong woman that I've ever met, especially what we call a high quality or high value man. A man wants to provide for and protect his own family. He doesn't need you to do that for him. That's it.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to add something to the aspect of women with children.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that it's suboptimal, as we were mentioning, it's suboptimal to get in a relationship with when you already have children. However,
Yes, yeah.
however, you still need to get married. So then, what do? I completely agree with what you've mentioned. And I would just, the thing that I would add is still be that there needs to be some order to how you engage with the biological father of your children, because
That's true.
I've noticed that women will have sex with previous sex partners, and I've heard of women having sex with their baby's fathers even when they're with a new partner. And so you have to find ways to mitigate that, and it's difficult. I would say one way to mitigate that is don't be alone with them. Don't like I've been with women with children, and it was difficult because when she wants to go take her child to another city to let her child see the father, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, you should do that. But yeah, you should also do that alone, like without me involved in this at all. Like, come on, what do I think's happening? I think I know what's happening. So it's difficult. That's a difficult situation. I would say, do your best not to find yourself alone with the man. If you're going to be with whatever man you're going to be with that man. But you do have to let your children have a relationship with their father. I would say don't be alone with any men when you're in a relationship. That's not proper.
Yeah. One thing about men is once he's had sex with you, he owns you. He owns you. He owns you. In his mind, he owns you. And if he's had children with you, oh, you're his. You're his wife. Remember, that's biblical. Once you have sex, you're married. So in a man's mind, you're still his wife. It doesn't matter that you remarried or moved on. He can always have you. And that's just how his psychology is, whether you agree with it or not. And that other husband knows that. So, I mean, these are things we're teaching you just from, or sharing with you based on our observations, but some of it based on experience. So you don't want to put your second husband or your next husband in a place where he has to imagine what's going on. Even if you know you would never, ever defy the relationship by being with your child's father or your ex-husband. In his mind, in your new husband's mind, it could very easily happen, or it's happening. So you want to make sure that doesn't even, that's a whole nother issue you don't even want to have to deal with. And he can't tell you that. How's he going to tell you that without it being an argument or issue? And it's just extra stuff you have to deal with. So maybe you can Maybe he can pick up the children. You can drop off the children at a place that's public. I don't know, but you all need to talk about that before you get married. And talk about it with your spiritual leader or your father, whoever is negotiating this marriage. And yes, I believe in negotiating marriages. I believe covenants and marriages are between families, and it impacts the whole community. This is the whole community that's involved.
Dr. Pruitt, we've been on for 4 hours and 10 minutes now, and I wanted to, as we wrap up, I wanted to read some of the comments, and then, and also I want to give people room to come in if you'd like to come in and express your thoughts with us, whether you agree or disagree. It's totally fine. You can either write in the comment section, or you can. I encourage you to go ahead and cam up, talk to us, tell us how you feel.
And then I need to leave in about 20 minutes. Okay.
Oh, okay. We're going to do this quickly. You mind if I hit these comments?
Oh no. And I'm just saying, if you need to go on, I would need to leave. I have to make a phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a family member's birthday. I want to call them before they go to bed.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Let's see where we had cut off. Let's see what we had cut off. I think. Okay. Look at the order of the Old Testament. Over Christ the Father, over man is Christ, over woman is husband, over children the woman. Yeah.
Order, divine order.
The Bible is the one and only history book we should be teaching our children. Spirit is everything.
And you know, spirit, in some communities, spirit means breath.
Oh, yeah. And actually, quite literally, it means breath. So, right. So, pyre means fire. Pyre, P-I-R-E. If you put an H, if you put P-H-I-R-E, that would spell fire. The H is silent. When you have letters that are silent, they can be omitted or added, and it still mean the same thing. Pyre means
and
fire.
The P is the F. The P is also the F. So you learn that when you study symbols.
Exactly. And then that means fire. And then when you put the S in front of it, the S is like a serpent. A lot of times that's representing life, or it represents the spinal cord, or whatever it is, it's representing life. So it's like life fire. It's like that flame when we breathe in, that ignition, keeping our flame going, because we have the flame that's keeping us alive, that allows us to move. Spire, absolutely. Fire, spire, spirit absolutely means breath. Yes, ma'am.
It means breath. So when they say mind, body, spirit, they're saying mind, body, breath. They should all be in unity.
Talking about that point, telling him to shut the fuck up, you're a weak man, etc. I think he was talking about when we were talking about emasculating the man. I believe.
Yes. Yes, I've seen women push men in the head, cuss them out, tell them you're not a man. And you know, something that a lot of us women who have been independent or chose to do on our own, especially if we were divorced, we need to watch our behavior and our speech, because it's easy to emasculate a man by just saying, why can't you do it? Why can't you do that? I worked, I did this. You need to do this, you need to do that. That's emasculating. We're not his mother. We're not his boss. There's a way that women need to learn to speak to a man. And you learn that through when you take communication class. I'm gonna do a workshop on that, communication. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. The next comment, fit, feminine, and submissive. Those are some of the adjectives or some of the characteristics of what we would like a woman to be as a man. Fit, feminine, and submissive, as in keep your weight under control. Be nice and pleasant, and yielding, I would say. What you did to get me, you have to do more to keep me. Yeah.
Ooh, child, I heard that.
Uh-huh. That's why a woman that's why a woman can be fully satisfied. That's why a woman can be fully satisfied. Oh, can never be
Maybe can
fully
never.
satisfied. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah. That's why a woman
All
can
these
never be
sexual
fully satisfied.
partners.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
true.
Yes. Yes, she says she can be.
Fit, feminine, and friendly. Speaking of fit, we women, especially in our community, the community of people that look like me, we need to get our weight under control. I'm working in the schools and I see women that's like young girls, 2-3 times my size. They're teenagers. They look like grown women, and some of them are obese and some of them are morbidly obese. They're getting that from their mothers. We have to watch what we're feeding ourselves and what we're feeding our children. We got to stop being lazy about that, because if you want your child to be selected to be married, they're going to have to get their bodies under control. A man looks at a woman that doesn't keep her body as sloppy, lazy, slouchy, and just easy. That's what we were taught. So get them bodies under control and keep it under control. Get a girdle, tighten yourself up, get a waist trainer, wear some stockings, keep it together. I'm sorry, go ahead, Doug. I apologize.
Yes. Oh, we had a comment that said, I love you, Dr. Pruitt.
Hi, I love you too, Sister April. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And then we had a comment asking if you do counseling.
I don't at the moment. I may start coaching again soon. I was thinking about that actually a couple days ago, but I do not at the moment. But if
Yeah.
you follow my Dr. Pruitt channel on YouTube, I'm going to do upload some more videos like on communication, some of my counseling techniques, things like that, how to restore relationships, that type of thing. Thank you so much for that question.
And I wanted to read this comment from earlier, and this would be the last one I read before we allow you to get back to your evening, Dr. Pruitt. It says,
Unless somebody wanted to come on, right?
Unless someone wants to come on, let's do it. Okay, so we Hebrews, or so-called Black people, need to return to and teach our youth Christ's order. A people are destroyed by their lack of knowledge. Satan works deliberately and slowly to destroy our lives. Tell your sons you are a husband. Tell your daughters you are a wife. Forget about a career woman. Marry young instead. Christ first, then the husband, then the woman. Help, submit. He doesn't abuse her. He washes her by the water with the word. The husband is the head of the household with the father, I believe. The head of the household but yeah, the husband is the head of the household. So
that was beautiful. He summed up our whole speech.
So
and the
yeah.
scripture also, I was going to say the scripture, may I speak? Is that okay?
Please, yes.
The scripture also says that the husbands ought to love the wife as Christ loved the church. So we don't, like you said, you don't abuse your wife. You love her the way Christ loved the church. And how did Christ love the church? He loved the church so much that he sacrificed his life for the church. The scripture says, greater man has no love than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. So he loves, that's to the gentleman's point, to your point.
I think it was
of
a
your
lady.
I'm sorry, to the lady's point. Excuse me for that.
No. I'm sorry. Hold on. No. Wait, I can't.
Steve, if that's Stephen or Susan.
That's a female. Well, it's an avatar.
Swan. Oh,
Swan.
Swan Burke.
Not
Sorry.
Swan.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's a lady from the Avatar.
Oh, okay, okay. So thank you for that. Talking about husbands, do not, you tell your son you're a husband, tell your wife, your daughter you're a wife. I love that. And then husbands do not abuse their wives. They love their wives just like Christ loved the church. I just wanted to add that scripture.
Speaking on scriptures, I know we're kind of jumping. So speaking on scriptures, I just wanted to say Leviticus 21:13. If you're wondering what the Bible talks about virginity, it tells it instructs men, particularly it's instructing the priests or the Levites, but it's instructing men to marry a virgin. That's Leviticus 21:13. Then we have Exodus 22 and 16 and 17. Exodus 22, 16 and 17. It talks about when a man has sexual intercourse with a woman, then they become husband and wife. And then there's other scriptures that point to that too. I'm pretty sure that's the scripture. If I'm incorrect, then the scripture's in there somewhere. Trust me. It's in there. But yeah, so I did want to open up. So if you can't find the link, you should go to Douglas Lattimore Show on YouTube. Go there. Well, go ahead, subscribe and like the video. I'd really appreciate that. But go there and you'll see the link. If you want to get on, we'll give you, let's see, one more minute, and so we don't keep Dr. Pruitt past the hour that she has appointed. So we are here for you. We are here for you.
Or you can just put in the comment section, bring me on.
Yeah. That will do too.
Somebody says, "Oh, Asher, I'm on Facebook." Oh, Asher is on Facebook. They're commenting on. Oh, how do you put the?
How do I put the link up there?
Did
so
you want to come on? You want to come on, Asher?
Yeah. Did you want to come on to the podcast? If you want to come on to the podcast, let me know, and we'll figure how to get the link to you. You can always go to YouTube and see the link really quickly. It will be a faster way about going about things. So I'm going to post it again in this chat. Now, when I do post in the chat, it doesn't populate over to Facebook. So the instructions are saying, but it will populate over to YouTube. In YouTube, it's Douglas Lattimore Show, and there's my name. If you see my name right there, type that in, and you'll see it pop up. Click on the video, and the link's there. Or just let me know that you want to come on, and I can send it over to you. We can go over some scriptures. Oh yeah, we certainly can. Oh man, there's, like I said, I have a very strong appreciation for the Bible, the biblical text. I have a strong appreciation for the text that has been taken out of the Bible, what they call the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha. I have a respect for that. I respect the translations and versions of the Bible that come before the King James version. There's information that has been taken out. The Moors, Moors, yes sir. Hop in, brother. Hop in. I'm on here. Let me put it in another time. Just click that link right there. Click that. Boom. Click that. But yeah, the word Moors was taken out of the King James Bible, and I found this out by listening to one of the Moors speak. And this is the last point I wanted to bring up.
Okay.
Real quick. So everywhere you see the word Ethiopian, Moor is in that place.
Wow.
Yeah, and this is listening to someone speaking. I want to read I think it's the Geneva Bible or the something like that. I have to find that version. But yeah, they they took the word out. They were talking to, when they referred to us, they were calling us Moors. They were calling us Moors in the Bible. Yeah,
Wow.
that's awesome.
It
But
is.
yeah, I have a strong appreciation for the Quran. I have a strong appreciation to all the religious texts. Okay. Yes, sir. We got you on here. We got you on here. How are you feeling today?
Hello.
Shalom, shalom. Want to give our praise.
Shalom.
Want to give all praise to the Most High Yahweh by Shalom Mashiach Yahushua. I want to say Barakatham to you all. Um, yes. So all my tradition and all my morals goes back to the Old and the New Testament. I'm definitely a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Yahweh, what they would so call say Judah or Judah. But we studied the Paleo Hebrew. We went by the also when it was the Sumerians. The Sumerians is what we also spoke to. Sumerian Hebrew. But it all went back to the Paleo, back
Mm,
to Abraham.
yes. Dr. Pruitt, you gotta run. What were you
Yes,
about
I
to say?
may pop back on, but I have to make a run right quick. I have to
Okay.
call somebody.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for joining, brother. I may pop back on. Go ahead. We really appreciate you. Family, I appreciate you. I love you all so much. I gotta go. I gotta make a phone call and I have to get ready for a meeting in the morning.
All right.
Shalom. Shalom, brother. Doug, just let me know if you need me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Love you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
family. I love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.